What's going on, Mel Camp? How are you? Hey, Money. How are you? Guys, give me just a moment. I'm trying to share the live out. If y'all will be patient with me, just a moment. Oh, wow. What y'all got going on today? Welcome in, everyone. Hey, T. How are you today? What's going on, Money Bag? What's going on, BJ?
What's going
How you
Hey,
on?
doing?
Flirty. What's going on? How are
I
you?
miss you. Looking all pretty and shit.
How y'all doing?
Look at you. Sunshine.
I'm tired.
Yeah, you look
You
so
tired?
cute.
Mm-hmm.
Why you so tired?
Here I am.
You at work? No, no. You go back
Mm-mm.
to work
I'll go
tomorrow.
back to work until Monday.
Oh, Monday, Monday. Okay, that's what's
Yeah.
up. Flirty,
All
what's
right.
going on? It's Saturday. Thank you. Ain't too proud. I appreciate the rose.
What? Tripping.
Oh, you have your baby.
Mm-hmm.
You just only have
They
one of
wearing
them.
me out.
Yeah, more than one of
Uh-huh.
them with you. Y'all, he got the kids for the weekend. They wearing him out. Y'all see him over there? Look at.
Hey, hey, that's life, baby. That's life.
Man, then I ain't got my glasses. My eye hurt. Oh my God. It's real in
Flirty,
the
did you
field.
party last night? Hey, Clear Crystal, how are you, love?
Now I'm gonna go to Mary J concert tonight, baby.
Hey, boy, you see the concert she did in Alabama?
Mm, mm,
Oh, it's
Man,
tonight,
she,
BJ.
mm-hmm.
Are you going tonight? Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Alabama, boy, her feet was hurting real bad. She was stepping wrong
Yeah,
all
I
the
gotta get
way.
my drink on. Gotta get my drink on now. You know how
What
much
Oh,
the
time
yeah.
is
drinks
the
there?
Oh, you
concert?
did?
Huh?
What
Flirty, I
time
just
is
knew
it?
you party.
I think it's at 7, but we're gonna leave early because I think we're gonna go and have some drinks before we even get there.
You bought tickets, right?
My friend, no, my best friend, she just gave me a ticket.
I was gonna say I hope you didn't buy a ticket and you thinking about what time it is, cause boy, that would be a waste of
Mhm.
money.
No, she got the
Yeah.
ticket.
Y'all better get there
Yeah,
early. You know it's gonna be packed.
don't be in there twerking too hard now.
Mm-mm. Don't twerk. I'll be looking at twerks.
I don't know,
I'll be
man.
looking at
Mary
them
J
twerk.
might make you how that song go. The one that was on
Bobby
Beep,
Mack, what's
Friday.
going on?
have it beep. That move standing up, boy.
Flirty, I definitely know. I'm almost at a
Okay.
zero when it comes to
Okay.
partying. My partying days are over. I don't really go out. I mean, I like to see my party days is like chilling, hanging with some
Okay.
friends, listening to music, playing cards,
That's
dominoes.
how I am.
I
I
gotta
mean,
come
we
back
can.
in because I can't see no words or nothing.
Okay, no problem.
I'm
Yeah,
like you. I
guys,
don't go out and do
check out
nothing.
the top. Please check out the subscription for me for my lives, guys. I definitely want you guys to subscribe to your girl. With the subscriptions are going to come many things. We will have like raffle giveaways for my subscribers. We'll have like private lives where we don't have to worry about people tipping in on us and all that type of stuff. We can discuss several things.
I'm gonna
You
jump
know,
back in
so
here, okay?
okay, plenty
All
perks for my subscribers. I would definitely like for you guys to check me out, support your girl. It's all love, and I would appreciate everyone who would do so. But support your girl. Definitely, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be some things when it comes to the subscribers. I have things for you as well as I hope that you guys will support me.
Glad you're making that. That's a good thing.
Married a black queen and you put extra mayo on.
What is
Huh?
that?
Come on, Pink Monkey, what you talking about?
Come on, wake up, boo. Wake up.
Thank you, Flirty.
What's
Thank
trying to do?
you. She actually subscribed, so I definitely appreciate that. We're gonna have a ball over there, Flirty. So hey, we're not gonna have to worry about people tipping in on us. Hey, it's gonna be a couple of my videos that I make. I'm gonna try to start doing them more personalized. Some of them that I can just have to go straight to my subscribers. You guys can actually give me input on the conversations you want to have and so forth. It's gonna be awesome. I just can't wait. I can't wait. What's going on, Donnell? Donnell, go up there and check out subscribing to your girls live. It's $5.99 a month. It won't kill you. Show some love. You know what I'm saying? Go check it out. Godmother, what's going on, guys? Welcome in. All the new people, welcome in. You're definitely welcome here. This is a welcome in a judge-free zone. I appreciate everyone that comes through. We have 4 boxes open for anyone that wishes to jump in. You're welcome to do so also. If you will, tap the screen, tap the screens, tap the screen, share the live out. Yeah, I have a topic. We only have a few people in here. That's why I want to tap the screen so we can get a couple more people in this live. So we can get started on that. What you cooking over there, BJ?
Some legs. They already cooked. I just like to put them back in the oven.
Hey,
It tastes
Jerry
better.
Brown, how are you? Oh, okay. Hey, Erica, how are you? You say they're already cooked. You're just putting them in the oven.
Yeah, cause HEB cook them, and
Hmm.
then I buy 2 things of it. Let me show you. It's like chicken legs. So
Oh,
I
okay.
can make
Almost like the thing, like the rotisserie chicken and stuff come in.
yeah,
You just
and
get
you
the
know,
legs.
and it's only $6.75.
That's what's up.
And then I like to do it up. I like to put more
Thank you,
to it.
Flirty. You're so awesome, Flirty. Thank you.
Yeah, Claire is amazing. She is.
Oh, she is. She's
She's
awesome.
amazing. Yeah.
Hey, pretty boy. What's going on? Tap the screens. Erica, what's been up with you guys? It's Saturday. What y'all doing today? What y'all doing this weekend? Jerry, you from Louisiana? Louisiana in the house. Does anybody have family out in Florida? Is your family and everyone okay? I don't have any family out in Florida. I don't think I really have any associates as well out
Yeah,
that
they
way.
is.
But I definitely pray that everyone is okay. There go one of my Florida folks, Miss Red. Hey, Miss Red, how are you, love? How are things going for you out there? Summertime, what's going on? How are you?
Did you see that? Did you see that video about that girl by that tree?
Oh,
That was awesome.
playing the Michael Jackson music.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was the best video ever.
Oh, I
Thank
say
you.
that's so
Thank you,
silly.
Erica, for the love. Thank you for the love. Who's that? That's clear.
Who, Miss Clear Crystal?
Thank
Hey,
you.
how are you? How are things going out there?
Oh, skip us. They hit everybody. It hit everybody but Jacksonville. It hit everybody
Look,
in Florida but Jacksonville.
look at
Oh,
God.
wow. Look at God for y'all, but I pray that everybody else is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and went to move to South Carolina. They left
Uh-huh.
Florida and went to South Carolina.
Well,
Oh,
my
really?
family went to New York. They want to go on
It
vacation
clipped you,
anyway.
Crystal. That's good. I'm glad. Crazy
Right.
Poets, what's going on? Okay, guys. So again, I have three more boxes. If anyone wants to jump in the box, my question that I want to talk about is, um, sorry guys, I'm trying to. Now, but I don't know if there are any guys in here right now, but okay, for the guys, would you marry a woman who already has children? And for the women, if you have boys, would you want your son to marry or deal with a woman who has children already? How would you feel about your son marrying a woman who already has children?
It don't matter to me.
It
Because
don't.
I was in a live the other day, and it was a guy saying that he told his son to not marry women, to not marry anyone who has children, and if he does, that he'll be almost like disinherited from what he's, because he said he's not gonna uh give his all the things that he worked for to somebody else's children.
Mm.
So he would remove his son. He would remove his son from being able to receive whatever inheritance or whatever he has for him.
I feel like this. You can't run nobody's life.
Right.
And if he fall in love with a woman who got kids,
Hey,
fine.
Nicholas.
If my daughter fell in
Lucas.
love with a man who got kids, fine. You know, I'm not gonna treat
Right.
the kids no different from what my biological grandkids. They're just add on family. So that's selfish to me to be telling somebody what kind of control somebody about who to fall in love with and who not to fall in love with. There's
Okay,
nothing
so
but
Crystal,
controlling.
you say no. You wouldn't want your son to date a woman who already has children. Do you want to get in the box, or can you tell us why you wouldn't want your son to date anyone who already has children? What about you, Nicholas? Hey, I am Nakia. Guys, the question is for men, would you marry a woman who already has children? Or for men and women, would you like for your son who has no children to go out and marry a woman who already has children? How would you feel about that? Me personally, I wouldn't care. That, right. That's exactly how I feel pretty much, Flirty.
You can, but I ain't finna keep them.
Of course, you can join us, Bruce. You want to come in the box? You're welcome to. So, Nicholas, you wouldn't mind? You wouldn't mind if your son married a woman who already has children? Because my concern at that point was like I asked him when we were in that live. I said the
Mhm.
same way you teaching your son not to date women who already have children, are you teaching your son to not leave a woman to be a single mother with children? Are you teaching your son to stand up and make sure he stays in the household with that family that he created, since he's not willing to take on anyone else's children? Why create a family and then when you leave, trust me, somebody else will be taking care of yours? Now, I understand we have people that are in um, their children's lives, but if you have a man that's taking care of his children, rightfully so. But if that mother has a new mate, or if she gets married or something else, he's now taking care of your kid. I don't care that you help and you support your kid. If he's in the house with your child, he's raising your child.
Yeah.
Hey, Vivid, what's going on? How are you? So I feel like if you're teaching your son not to marry women with children, I think you should be teaching your son how to stick it out and not to leave a woman single with children,
That
so
part.
you wouldn't have to worry about it. I have no problem with that. My ex-husband has a daughter.
I don't have a problem with it. I ain't finna be no babysitter.
Shoot, but that's the thing. Shoot, you ain't gonna be no babysitter for the step kids or the dang
For all of
biological.
them. All of them.
Yeah,
Unless they had to go to work. That's it. Ain't no party around here.
right. So it's not like you're making a difference when it comes to that. So I mean,
No.
it's like, shoot, if I'm not babysitting, I'm not babysitting. I don't care who kid it is.
Mm-mm.
Sandy Reeves, what's going on, guys? Come on in, tap the screens for me, tap the screen, share the live out. How do you feel about that, Vivid? Right, but he has no choice but to leave. And for one, a lot of times, what makes a relationship toxic is two adults that are not seeing eye to eye about something. And if the relationship is toxic, 9 times out of 10, it should have been toxic before you got her pregnant.
Yeah.
Trust me, it didn't just get toxic after she got pregnant. It was toxic long before then. Because a toxic person is a toxic person is a toxic person is a toxic person.
Facts.
Hey,
Facts.
Hulk. Yep, Hulk, I've been wanting you to come in my live because I was I was in that live one day when you were trying to tell us about um your 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 baby mama and everything that was, and everybody was like blaming you like da 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 and da. And it had a lot of questions that seemed to me to be against you, but I was like, dang, let him tell his story. I've been wanting to hear your story for so long, Hope. Because I followed you that day on that live. I said, because I want him in my box. I want to hear his story. I want to hear what he got going on. What's going on with you? How are you on this Saturday, Hulk? And so I'm glad you came in, Hope, because my question is, and you can jump in the box and maybe that'll help us to lead into your story or hear a little more about your story. But my question is, men that are single, would you marry a woman who already has children? And for men and women, would
Yeah,
you
she right.
like for your son who has no children to marry a woman who has children already? How would you feel about that? Hey, Kay, what's going on? How are you?
What Jennifer at D?
I don't know. I don't know where Jennifer is. I don't know where she is. I haven't talked to her today. Also, Mr. Hulk, he's not.
He came in and left out.
Yeah, I think he came in and left out. Yeah, he probably was scrolling. I do that a lot. I just be scrolling. If anybody can go find him, go out there and grab Hulk. Tell him he's requested on the uh on the D show, on Derica's show. She want to talk to him. Right. And that's true. I mean, if it happens, it happens. I know. I mean, I'm not wanting my son to go out looking for women. What's going on? How are you, ma'am? Um, you don't have a name as user, but you have a picture, so I guess we're good for a minute.
TikTok inmate, TikTok inmate. That's what we call them. TikTok inmates.
Oh, really? Yeah, if it happens, it happens. I mean, but I'm sure I don't want him just going out searching for women with kids because he feel like she got something to offer. Like he may not want to do nothing, or have these mothers, some mothers who got the Section 8, who got the food stamps, who got this, and a lot of men search them out just because they want the benefits that the mother has to offer, and he don't want to do no more than what she want to do. So not definitely not wanting that type of scenario. I am Lacey. What's going on? How are you? Yo, Boogie, what's going on? How are you today? T Maddie, what's going on? Yeah, but I'm talking about to just like tell him that you're not gonna give him what you have left for him because he chose to marry a woman with kids, and that's kind of hard that he says that. He's like, and he was really adamant about it. He was like, step kids, like when you deal with a woman who has kids, the kid calls you by your name because whenever their dad comes around, they ready to call him daddy. I mean, but that is their daddy. Me personally, it has nothing. My mom has always been in my life, but even if I get married or if I get with someone, hey Julia, what's going on? I don't call other people's mama. So I don't really know how. I don't feel any less for you, or I have no lack of respect for you because I don't call you mama. But if I'm in a relationship with somebody and your mom comes, I'm not calling your mama. I call her, hey Miss Such and Such, or if I call her mama, it'll be followed by her name, hey Mama Diane, or hey Mama Such and Such, because yeah, I'm acknowledging you as the mother of who I'm with, so you're the mother um of this union because of that person, but you're
Yeah.
not actually my mother. But I can respect you as a mother.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I am Nakia. Did Evans go live this morning? I saw when I got on, I saw he was in Diamond's box. I don't know if he went live on his own platform this morning. Clyde, what's going on? How are you? Guys, come on in, tap the screens, share some love. Hey Tia, how are you? Guys, please go take a look at the subscription for your girl. Please subscribe to my live. Again, as I stated, with the subscriptions, we will have private live sessions to where we can't be interrupted or won't have any of that outside interaction. There will also be perks to the people that subscribe for me. We'll do raffles from time to time. We'll do different games where I can give things out to you guys just to show that I appreciate the fact that you are supporting me and that you're willing to support me. But please go check out the subscription up top. Also, I do have a goal with the gifts, the paper crane. Show your girl some love. Welcome back, money bag. Them kids, them kids let you come back. We have Tulsa, Oklahoma in the house. What's going on? Oh, wow. He treated y'all bad. But see, and that's the thing. The thing about that is, if he treated y'all bad, uh, oh, thank you, Red. Thank you for
You
subscribing,
welcome.
guys. Go up there and subscribe. BJ, get up there with that subscription and show your girl some love. Go ahead, show your girl some love. Come on, guys. But Crystal, the bad thing about that, I hate that happened to you. But when it comes to situations like that, me personally, I fault the mother. How can you stay with somebody who's mistreating your children? And now him being a bad person, yeah, that may be so. He may be a bad person, or maybe things that may have happened to cause him to act the way that he did. But the fact that he treated y'all bad and your mother remained with him, me personally, I look at the mother when it comes to a situation like that. Now I might be right, I might be wrong in reference to that. So can what happened was he abusive to your mom as well, or was he just not nice to y'all? Queen Ressa, what's going on? Yeah, because that's a hard thing. Sometimes these mothers get with people, and then when they're being abused, I'm not saying that was your case. I'm just speaking, hypothetically and in general. These mothers are abused by certain men. They allow that abuse to go down and trickle down to their children. Um, So that's definitely not a good thing. What's going on, Royalty? How are you, Steam Baby? Y'all have any plans for the weekend? What you doing this
No,
weekend, Red?
I ain't doing that. I got my granddaughter here with me.
And you should have. Is your mama still around? You should have confronted her too. Because honestly, no man will come in your house and do anything in reference to your children that you don't allow him to do. Because one, you ain't finna come and beat on mine. That you're not gonna do. You're not finna disrespect mine. You're not finna, So I'm glad you were able to confront him. Did he accept accountability for it? How did he feel? Did he seem like he was apologetic? Did he have any remorse for the things that he had done to you all when you were younger? Hey, Darren, what's going on? How are you? Awardell, how are you? Checkmate, what's going on, guys? Come on in. If you will, tap the screens, and share the live. No apology. Hey, Theresa, what's going on? Glad to hear it. Guys that are coming in, guys, if you will go up and check out my subscription for my live, you can actually subscribe to my live. With that, we'll be having personal lives that'll be away from, all the regular people on the FYP. We can actually communicate easily back and forth with one another. If you guys subscribe to your girl, go check it out. I know Darren just came in, or Awardell just came in. Guys, go check out my subscription as well as the gift goal for the day. I would greatly appreciate you guys. Okay, Red, I see you over there with all them legs. As them legs, girls, them tights. Look, y'all know I'm nosy.
I didn't know you
You
were
already
watching. I didn't know you were paying
yeah,
attention.
Let me see all them legs over there.
I didn't know you were paying attention.
Hey,
to the
Larry,
side.
what's going on?
Stop
Yeah.
whining. Okay, open up your candy. Go on.
Oh, BJ, you making a whole meal. Yeah, you making me hungry.
Hey, Brussels sprout. I'm trying to stay away from meat, but tomorrow will be the last day. I have to lose at least 50 pounds.
Hey, Trey, what's going on, Trey? How are you? Oh, wow. So Clear Crystal sounded like he wasn't a good man, period. His own children didn't attend his funeral. Hey Trey, what's going on? Trey, go check out my subscription for my live. Show your girl some love. It's $5.99 a month. I know it's not gonna kill you, but show your girl some love. Again, we'll have private lives session where it won't
Right,
be
let me.
open to the FYP. We will have other perks to those that subscribe to your girl. I will have raffles. I will have things that we can actually return the love back to you guys for showing support. But I do appreciate each and every one of you. Please go check your girl out. Trey, are you in Dallas now? You trying to lose the weight by when, BJ, or you just trying to lose some weight, period?
Because I want to go to Cancun next year.
Oh, okay.
I at least want to be out there. I know all of them gonna be out there swole. I don't want to be swole. I just want to look nice.
Oh, yeah, I need to shed a few pounds myself. I can shed a few. I can shed a few.
Just cut back the sweet. Cut back all the sweets. Alcohol,
I
no
don't
alcohol for me.
I don't eat a lot of sweets and I don't drink
It's not.
alcohol.
It's not that. It's just you don't eat a lot of sweet, but you drink a lot of juice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Your
but you know
big
what? My
red boots.
doctor,
Your red.
my my doctor, she fussed at me about that all the time. She say, Derica, I mean, you're doing good with everything else, but you're probably stop drinking your calories. She fussed at me all the time. Say, you drink your calories, Derica. And I can't. And it's funny that you said that because I was sure thinking about reaching over there and grabbing me a soda.
No, no,
You don't
go
need
ahead.
no soda.
You got till Monday.
You don't need
To
no
Monday?
soda.
What's Monday?
Monday we all going on there.
Oh, we
We all
going on a
going there.
diet Monday?
And we not going to die. We just cutting back.
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
me. I'm taking away a lot of stuff. I know I'm taking away a lot of stuff because I know how I feel. But if you realize that I've been on vacation for 2 weeks, and I thought I was going through like stress, but it's work. It's really
Oh,
freaking work.
that stresses you out?
Yes, and I'm doing fine. I mean, I'm happy. I'm doing things, but when I go to work, that's it. Done.
Hey, Elizabeth, how are you? Oh, but you know, work
Mm-hmm.
is stressful. Work is stressful, you know, because you're dealing with a lot of different people, different attitudes, especially when you're dealing with the public. You deal with so
Mm-hmm.
much during the day, so it can cause some form of stress on you. So that could be it. Definitely could.
It's just guys don't want to work like they used to. Guys don't want to work. Women working now. Women working their ass off now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And hard roads, like my ex, she works at this place. She works at this place. It's like a warehouse, but
Mm-hmm.
they they get paid good ass money because they have to hit percentages. Like if
Mm-hmm.
you hit 100%, you probably get paid like $25 an hour. But if you hitting 105%, it goes up to $26 an hour. If you hitting 110%, you're getting paid $29 an hour. And she be on that much. She be like at 120% all the time. So she, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
And she say those men be in there, they be they be in there hating on her. She said she don't have to almost fight a couple of them because she said they be in there hating. You know what I'm
They
saying?
be
The
doing
fact that,
too
but like
much.
she say I'm working because I'm in here by my money. I'm not trying to prove nothing to y'all. I'm not in a competition with y'all. I'm in a competition on this clock. This
Yeah.
percentage is what I'm in a competition with. It has nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? It'd be so funny sometimes when I'm on the phone with her, she'll be like, "Get out my way! Get out the goddamn way!" You know what I'm saying? Because you know she trying to get and she trying to keep her percentage up. But she said they want to sit around lollygag and half of them be sorry like they can't find this. They be stacking their pallets falling over because they just throwing the
Mm-hmm.
stuff. She's like, no, get out, don't come through here sabotaging nothing of mine. Get your ass out the way.
Mm-hmm.
So
You
yeah,
know.
these women are working. She's a stud, but even without being a stud, you have a lot of fem women that get up in that warehouse and throw that shit like it ain't nothing because they just women are pretty much go getters. Women have to get it
Yeah.
done. You got to get the job done. What's going on, Mel Camp? How are you? You got to get the job done. You know,
Because guys don't like to see studs do that. Guys do not. They don't like to see that. They don't like to see a stud working hard.
Reggie Owens, what's going on? How are you? Yeah. They put them, you know, it's like why does it have to be a competition? Why is it that I have to be against you and you have to be against me? Sometimes we can just work together to get the same shit done for you and for me.
Mm-hmm.
Uh we were just talking about now she was talking about going back to work, but the question I had asked, and it might be a couple other people in here now, is about children. Would you, as a mother, like for your son to marry a woman who already has kids? And if the answer is yes or no, why and why not? And if you're a man or stud or however, would you date or marry a woman who already has children? Why and why not?
It depends on age to me.
It was the age of
It depends on age because I ain't got time to deal with no kids right now. Ain't got time to deal with nothing right now. Where do you go?
She told us to hold on for a minute.
Mm.
She did like
I
this.
ain't
She
here.
hold her finger up and said 1 minute.
Oh, I ain't here. My last little, y'all. The last drop. Yeah. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna have to come back in because I gotta text. Hold
Is
on.
you talking to us? Is you talking to us?
Sorry, I had a
Oh,
call.
okay.
I'm back. I'm sorry, I had a call. I'm back.
Okay.
Real love. You going down where, Flirty? Melcamp, did you answer the question? Or I sent you an invite. Did you not want to come up, Melcamp, or be without who? You can't be without me. What you talking about, Flirty? Be without who? Ain't no man without me. BJ brought up the.
Yeah, she said she'll be back. She said she had to drop out for a minute. She'll be back.
Oh, okay. Oh, whatever, Flirty. Comet Shocks, what's going on? How are
Flirty, you
you?
gotta stand in line. You gotta stand in line. I'm first. And I'm not giving up without no fight.
Oh yeah. Sorry, y'all.
So you gotta
But
bite back. You gotta
I
give
gotta,
me 50 feet.
I gotta leave the house at
I got
5:30.
my name written all up on that. Miss
oh, at
Red.
5.
That say Miss Red. Property of Miss Red. Miss Red. That's Miss
Oh, you
Red.
Oh, really?
oh you got orange now?
Oh, really?
The drink is orange.
Yeah,
Yeah,
till you stay out my stuff.
I know that's why I'm fighting. She
I'm gonna take that
worth,
roast
yeah,
down.
she worth the wait. She worth the wait. She worth
Huh?
so you can get to know her and
You don't want
everything.
that? Whatever. You always want some dang chicken.
Why is you
Chicken
drinking
What?
that
good.
soda?
Where's
Why
some?
is you drinking that
Well,
soda?
just nachos will be fine. Huh?
Why is you drinking that soda? Yeah, look out for your
See,
health. Ain't no C.
see what?
Well, I'm
See
gonna
what
look out
had
for your
happened
health and my
was.
health at the same time.
She ain't got
I
to
know it.
worry.
I don't go up there.
I'm gonna worry about the Monday. She ain't got to worry about when Monday come. Water, water,
See what?
water. They
I'm
clean out the
patient
Okay,
street.
too.
water, water, water. Oh, y'all gonna help me? You gonna help me, Flirty? You gonna help me, Red? Y'all
I
Yeah,
can
starting
bring.
Monday.
I
Water,
can even
water,
bring you some
water.
water.
I'm drinking
Now,
water now.
I drink water. I do drink water, but every now and then I need some. Hey, what's going on, Princess? How are you,
You
love?
can get some water with got flavor to it. It taste like soda, but it's water.
Oh, okay. You know they used to have those. What were those called? They used to be in the bottle. Y'all remember back in the day? They were actually in a bottle. Those waters. My
You
mom
know
used to buy
my
those all the time. Key, what's going on? How are you? Okay, thank you, Flirty. Water is all you drink, T? Okay.
You have to. That's the only thing that cleans you out.
yep. Sodas break you out, have bumps all on your face, acne and all that.
Yeah.
Remember your face is
Your
beautiful,
pH
D.
balance.
I don't have no bumps.
You
I
heard
have a
what
few. Let me quit lying.
I don't have no bumps neither.
T, go check out your girl subscription up at the top. Guys, check out the subscription up at the top. Press on the star and go subscribe to your girl's live. Again, there'll be so many more perks as a subscriber. I have things for you as well. We're gonna work that out together.
It's how little kids do when they eat.
Hey, Key, where are you from? If you don't mind me asking. Look at her rocking back and forth.
That's how them kids do.
Well, when they got something good to eat, that's what they do. And they be singing and humming.
Chicken
But I've never had Brussels sprouts.
and they're
Brussels
good.
sprouts is good.
What they taste like?
That
They ain't
cabbage to
nothing but
me.
baby. Let me tell you something. They ain't nothing but baby cabbage.
Cabbage, yeah.
Oh, oh, really?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
they
I need.
good too. They good.
Oh, I need some of those. I need. How do you make them? What's the best way to make them?
Me,
They like
me,
mini cabbage.
the way I do them, I put mine in this oven thing that I have. Well, I got the big one. I got the big thing that I have over here that I use for my chicken. But I haven't
Like
used
the
this
air
one.
fryer.
Air
The
fryer.
air
No,
fryer.
Yeah.
this one is like you put a whole chicken in there.
Mm,
Yeah.
okay.
That one was you know what that was on sale? You know why it was on sale for $39.99? It really was
Why?
$120.
Probably
Because
because
the box.
the box was dented. Man, I'm gonna start going in and kicking the hell out them boxes and be like, "Excuse me, what can you do for me with this box, baby? This box, this
Hmm
box is I."
I
That's
do.
what they
Yeah,
had.
I
They
don't do
will do that, Flirty. A lot of places, like if the box is just out of it, if dented, they will actually mark it down
hmm
because people do have valid points when people do complain. They're like, "Okay, this box is bent. I mean, bent. This box is bent. What if once I open it, what if there's damage to the product once I open it? You know what I'm saying? So they have valid
Hello,
points like
beautiful.
that, and so they will actually sometimes mark it down.
hmm
Hey,
That's
loved
what
one, beautiful, how are
that's
you?
what that's what HEB and Walmart. Walmart is you
Lala,
got
is your name Lale? I be wanting to ask you so bad. Is it Lale or Lala? I chop up everybody's name. I'm sorry, but welcome. Hello, how are you? Yeah, Walmart do it. A
but
lot of other.
you have the app. You had an app. She got a phone call again.
I'm sorry about that, y'all. My goddaughter stepped in the came in my room. Talking about, I seen you on TikTok.
She on the phone anyway. She on the phone anyway.
Probably talking to Jennifer.
Baby, let me tell y'all something. My babies, both of my daughters, they just got off work. Baby, first thing they
hmm
do, honey, is call their mama. What you doing? I say, first,
hmm
my other daughter called. That's why I put y'all on hold a few minutes ago. My daughter called, and my other daughter just called. I say, I just told your sister I'm on live. She said, well, I guess I call my sister then since you not talking to us because you on live. Well, call her, girl.
That's
Call,
how they do you now. That's how
baby.
they do you now.
They gonna call their mama if they don't do nothing.
That's a good thing. That's a good
Touch
thing.
your nose, Flirty. Touch your nose. Touch your nose. Touch your
Professor,
nose.
what's going on? How are you? Silver Fox, welcome in. How are you?
What first say?
Touch your nose.
Professor, what's going on? Go ahead and bring your camera up if you will, please.
I'll do it.
At the bottom, there should be a camera at the bottom of your screen.
I got it. Hello, what?
There you go. Hey, how are you?
What's up? How you doing?
I'm great.
Hey, how
Thank
you
you for
doing?
coming in. Brian D, what's going on? How are you today? Professor, we had a question. I don't know if you were in when we first asked the question. My question was, if you had a son, would you like for your son to marry a woman who already has children? Why or why not? And for yourself, if you're out in the dating world, if you're dating and you're single, would you marry or be tied up with a woman who has children? Why or why not? Hey, KB, what's going on, baby?
Hmm. I do have a son actually, and depending on the girl and where her head was with them kids, I wouldn't necessarily be pressed. Now, for me personally, in my experience, I don't entertain women that have children, and I have two biological children myself, so I get a lot of grief for that. But I raise my kids a certain kind of way. I don't have digital babies. I don't screen time. You know, they get about 30 minutes worth of cartoons during the week. It's a no holds Friday, Saturday. By Sunday, we in the bed by 9 o'clock. We go to the library. We go to the museum. I don't. They want for dinner is chicken, gravy, vegetables, not a number such and such. And just in the experience that I've had out in the dating world, I've not had that energy matched. So I tend to steer clear of women with children just because they don't raise them the way that I'm raising mine.
But you know what? I could really appreciate that. The way that you broke that down, that's some real shit right there. And then I like for real. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's some real shit. But I'm talking about the ones that just think, because the reason I asked, because I was in a live and it was a guy and he was saying that he is raising his son, that he doesn't want him to marry a woman who has children. And he said if he did, he would not leave him and would not give him the inheritance or whatever riches that he has for him, due to the fact that he is with someone who has children, because he says, I'm not giving my worth and my wealth to somebody else's children.
I feel like it's real insecure.
I think
If
that
you,
that sounds more selfish than what you said. What you said, man, I love what you said. You said some shit.
my son is,
Hey, Jennifer.
he's a certain kind of young man, and I'm raising him with a level of discernment to understand what's important in this life. And if he came across a woman that had children that was raising them up to be, you know, righteous individuals that had the right intentions for themselves and for this life, then absolutely we gonna break bread and fellowship with them just like blood family. My blood family ain't worth two nickels rubbed together, so I don't have them kind of hangups about what makes family family. If you come in correct and you show me consistency and, you know, internal value, then we can rock with that. But all that extra about money and what have you, that's material. That don't mean nothing. If them debit cards stop working, if that paperwork don't paperwork, then people is gonna be what takes care of you. So no, I can't rock with it.
I love it. Where you been? Where you been? I just love to hear you talk. Where you been? You know what I'm saying? Because you saying some real shit. I told, because I made a video once before when I said that people always scream and people want to always talk about how blood is thicker than water. But that really doesn't matter. When that water comes along and have to wash away the blood in your back from your family stab you in the back in a minute. Sometimes
Right.
that water is needed to help wash away and to help, patch up them spots from where your family has stabbed you in the back so many times. So sometimes water is more needed than the blood that you have, because water is what chose to come into your life. Family was just born into it. You can be born into a lot of things and not have a bond with it. You can walk across the street and meet a lady across the street and even get to the point where you can call her mama to you, because she presents herself as a strong black woman or a strong mother woman that you like, even as a friend. She's friends with you, but you like, yeah, I call her mama. Even though I don't call other people mamas, but some people do. So I
No,
definitely understand that. But I love
I
what you said, especially when you said my kids, they say what they want for dinner. It's a thing about people nowadays, even when they cook for their kids, they cook in 2 and 3 different meals. I want this. I want that. No, baby, I'm cooking dinner, and this is what dinner is going to be. I'm going to sit it at the table. I'm going to make your plate. I'm going to sit it at the table before you. And this is what we're going to enjoy for the day. This is dinner. I'm not going to go in here and cook 4 or 5 different meals to appease 4 or 5 different kids and myself. Hey, Jennifer, what's going on? Hey, Tam.
Nothing much. How y'all doing?
I'm good. But yeah, but you don't even have a lot of cooking nowadays. These parents aren't cooking. Um, Everything is microwavable this, microwavable that. If you find a
I don't
household
own
that
a
got a bunch
microwave.
of little kids in them, I promise you they have a dang microwave.
I don't own one. I don't own a microwave. I got a 13 and a 7-year-old. We do not. I don't even own a microwave. We don't have one, so we don't do that. Um, but I don't know. I communicate with my children in a certain kind of way. I talk to them, and we talk about like when I'm ready to go to the grocery store. What you think you want to eat this week? You know what I mean? Like let's get a general ballpark. And there's a few things in there. I'll bust down some chicken tenders and freeze them so they can make nuggets. But it's in the oven. We thawing out chicken breast. We got a little fry daddy downstairs. And some packets of flour. Like I want them to know how to provision for themselves. So
Right.
breaking down chicken and
You
having
right,
things
KB.
accessible where you need it, it's a little bit different in
Hey,
here.
Jake, how are you? Hey,
So
Messiah, how are you? And
AJ,
that's true. But also with the way that you're doing it is teaching them how to fend for themselves as well, and fend for themselves with a regular meal, a home cooked meal on how to do it. Did y'all see the video? As a little girl, I think me and you was talking about that, Jennifer. That little girl, I think I mentioned to you. That little girl I sent you the video. She's like about 5, and she was up there frying chicken. She cooked.
Oh
She cooked.
yeah.
She cooked whole meals, and her mama was putting pictures out of the food that she cooked, and people were saying she's unfit because you letting your daughter stand up at a stove and letting your daughter do this. She say, what y'all fail to realize is she's doing it, but if she's being recorded, I'm right there.
thanks.
Duh, for one, you know what I'm saying? And then for two, I teach her, and she's learned how to do this in a way that's safe for her. She has a step stool. Man, the little girl, let me tell you something, Professor. The little girl made some gravy. It made some meat and some gravy, made me want to slap my mom, and I ain't even tell you. I'm looking at that gravy. I'm like, what the little girl made that gravy?
I'm here for not adultifying children, but I feel like we get hung up in these terms and lose what the real message is. Like when you in the kitchen, mama's in the kitchen, grandma in the
It's
kitchen, them
not.
kids is trying to be in the kitchen anyway. You're gonna be an
Mm-hmm.
adult much longer than you're gonna be a child. So if you already showing interest and it's gonna benefit you long term, then why wouldn't I? If I'm standing right here, I can teach you about heat. I can teach you about measurements. All of this stuff is gonna benefit them lifelong term. So why not?
Mhm.
It's like not giving your son a kitchen set. What woman don't like a man that can cook?
I say that all the time too. They have these toys. They don't want this boy playing with this toy, that toy. I mean, I think it's to each his own with the boy, like you say, the kitchen set. Why? You have men chefs. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying to go out and buy your son a doll. Not at all. But if he has two sisters and he's the only boy, and he is in the room, he walks in the room with his sisters and they playing house, they playing with their dolls, and you happen to walk in, he got a doll in his hand, and you want to spank me. You don't play with dolls. Why? He's playing with his sisters for one, and another thing, it teaches him how to grow up and how to nurture a child. Teach you how to interact with a child. Now, I'm sure on other days he plays with his car sets. He plays with this, but you mean to tell me he can't ever play with his sisters? Because it's two girls versus one boy. So he can never play with his sister, and you walk in, he has a doll in his hand. You feel like it's a problem.
I didn't raise my son that way.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
wouldn't buy him a doll. No. But if there's
why
a
not?
doll right there and he touches it, I'm not going to say, you out your mind. You don't play
This
with dolls.
this is my thing with this. Your son, anybody's son, has as much likelihood of producing a daughter as he would a son. So why would you not teach your son how to handle and care for a doll just like you would teach him how to handle and care for anything else? I tell you what, that young man down them stairs can change a diaper fast as he can change a tire.
Mm.
And I'm very proud of that. I've had him places with cousins and friends of mine for friendsgivings and things like that. Baby gets a fuss and all of a sudden the baby stop crying and we look up and everybody's in a panic. He done changed this baby, put her back in her little seat, bouncing it, and is right back on the game. Ain't no problems. He knows
Right.
about lights. He knows about powder. Like, what is the harm in this? Because if he's grown and has a child and don't know what to do with it, every time the baby done messed up a diaper or something, he's handing it off to his partner, she gonna be looking at him crazy, talking to her friends about how bad he don't know how to do nothing. He don't never do this, that, and the third. Not that child I raised.
Right.
He's 13. He just turned 13. He can cook. He knows how to iron. He knows how to sew. And I'm not talking about like stitch up. You know, he's not out here making curtains. But if a button gets popped off or something, if he needs to reattach a zipper, things that little boys tear up in his pants, he absolutely knows how to do that. And why wouldn't he?
Right.
I want to raise an efficient young man. I'm not going to be with him his whole life hovering over him. And eventually he's going to want to have a family. So what happens if he got multiple kids? Let's just say his woman is pregnant and son done undone a zipper or popped a button on something. You gonna wake her up out of her sleep to fix it, or you gonna handle that and get to it? What are we really talking about here?
That part.
Right. 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 So Jennifer, do you see anything in reference to that? I know you don't have any children, but you now have your nephew. Are there any things that you do with your nephew or that you instill in your nephew about trying to make him more efficient for himself when he grows up to be a young man and possibly out on his own?
Yeah, he orders his own groceries. He washes his own clothes.
Yeah.
When he wants a haircut, he has to call the barber and set the appointment up and all that.
Right. See, and those are good things. Those are good things that you instill in your children. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you have an appointment. You want a haircut this weekend. Why I have to call? You know you need a haircut. You know, confirm it with me, Mom. Will you be able to drop me off at the barbershop if I can get an appointment on Saturday? And if I say yes, that should be all I have to say. Do it yourself. Like Jennifer said, call and you talk to that barber yourself. Hey, do you have time for me or space for me this weekend? It teaches him to be more adequate with the things that he has to do with life. Because like you say, your life don't stop with me. If I was to pass away today, how are you going to move forward? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to leave you in disarray and leave you confused about what life is because you no longer have me to make those calls and to place those orders and to sew those buttons and all those type of things. Are you going to be able
Got
to
my
make it?
twins at
And
13.
then anything could happen to me. I could probably not even pass. I could maybe have a minor stroke or a minor heart attack, and it leaves me, you know what I'm saying, unable to provide. And you might not now have to provide for me as your mother. Are you able to take that on?
Right.
And y'all made some good points on that. That's like some real shit right there.
I also saw, did you see the video of the 11-year-old in Mississippi that stole the teacher's car and took it for a
No.
joyride?
No.
And they couldn't do anything. They just released him to his mother.
Oh, wow.
And his dad is in jail, posted a video, I guess because he saw it in the newspaper, talking about his little G.
Why would
See,
you condone badness?
that's what I'm saying. See, there's certain they on the wrong side of it. You condone certain things like that, but you don't condone like I say, what's going on, Bat 10? How are you? The little girl 5 years old. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is there's a difference is if I'm making her go in there and cook dinner for the family. This is what you gonna do. This is what you gonna do. But if it's something that she finds joy in, and guess what, y'all? The little girl has autism.
Yeah.
And so that's something that she found comfort in. She found a purpose in. And so like the mama said, she got a little knife, a little knife set. It's the plastic one. And y'all all her food, y'all, she was chopping up bell peppers, onions, peppers, and all. I'm like, dang, I don't even eat all that, baby. That little girl had a meal that she placed that mug on a plate. It was so colorful. The texture was just immaculate and everything. I'm like, that little girl cooked that because she loves it. Why take away something that she loves because of her age, but yet you'll give them something no matter their age, as long as it gives you some free time.
Right.
So yeah, I'm all for it. And like you say, um, if your son can help his wife in the future, help her out, and you know, and she can help him out as well. That's the same thing. So, do you feel? What did you actually say about marrying a woman who has children? I don't think you was in here, Jennifer. My question and for you back 10, WOTM, all you guys coming in, Tam, how would you feel? Would you want your son to marry a woman who already has children? Yes. And why and why not? And if you were a stud or a man, would you date or marry a woman who already has children? How would you feel about that? And what did you say? I know you told us everything your son is able to do. What did you say? Would you mind if he had a woman that had children already, Professor?
No, as
You
long as
wouldn't.
those
Okay.
children are respectful and coming up, like I say, in the ways that he's been raised, like along them lines of being respectful and productive citizens
Okay,
and not
Jennifer.
on no bullshit. Well, I wouldn't mind.
But you know, sometimes it takes a person to step in and to be that for somebody. Like, say, like if I was a mother and I'm not really that into my kids with showing like I raise them. Some women have a misconception of raising children. That means as long as I keep the roof over their head, as long as I keep the lights on, as long as I keep food on the table, then I'm raising and I'm doing a great job. It's so much more than that. And so if I'm that type of mother and that's all I'm offering my children at this time, what's going on, Judy? And your son comes in and your son is able, even though I'm not on that same wavelength as him, and so my children wouldn't be at the time, but he comes in, sometimes he can instill those things into those children, but it's up to me as a mother to make sure that my children are respectable and receptive to the things that he brings to the plate of the table, you know what I'm saying? So a
But
lot of times when you meet someone, they may not be on the same level you're on, and I may not be on the same level that you're on, but am I willing? Am I open to receiving the knowledge that you have? Because I feel like even at 48, I feel like I still have a lot of learning to do. I've dated someone before who was younger than me, and it was funny that, like I say, I felt like I learned more from her than she learned from me. So age really doesn't mean anything. It's about upbringing, how you were raised, and what you have learned, what you have been through that can actually lead you to be able to help somebody else. It's not about age anymore. And it's not about how we were raised once we get out of our parents' house, because you have to be open to it.
I think it's more than openness though, because
Okay.
marrying a woman or engaging with a woman with children, what I'm not interested in is signing my son up to do somebody else's emotional labor. I don't
Mm-hmm.
believe in that at all. But I think what you said earlier was really powerful. You said when your girls get off work, the first thing that they do is call you. So what that tells me as a let's just say a potential partner is that you've kept lines of communication open with them, that you fostered a relationship with your children that says, hey, I'm gonna check in with mama, make sure she cool. I'm gonna let her know I'm cool. I'm gonna see what the temperature looks like at home today. Everybody don't have that relationship with their parents. That
Mm-hmm.
right there speaks volumes in the type of communication that y'all have going on, which would let me
Mm-hmm.
know that it's safe for my child to come in here and communicate and contribute to what y'all already have built. Now that I don't talk to for months at a time, we don't have a good relationship. She didn't never do nothing, clean nothing. She made sure I had a roof over my head, but what I ate, where I was, didn't matter. I'm not signing up for that. I would not
So
instruct
Right.
my
Okay.
child to sign up for that because where he's going to be trying to teach them about accountability and safety and connection and communication can easily be received as, oh, you coming in here trying to lord over people and you not my daddy and this, that, and the third. That's unnecessary emotional labor. He don't need that. And I don't want that for him.
Okay.
But if there was that installation of, I sit down and talk to my children every day. I might not do all the same things that you do, but I talk to them about how meals are going to be set or what times we're going to do things. I know what they involved in and what their interests are. I've encountered women didn't know their child from a can of paint. I got to know that child better than she did, or she want to go do this. She don't even like that. That's her favorite thing in the world. How do you not know this? Because every time you come
Mm-hmm.
home and send that person to their room and you shutting the door because you think you paid the electric bill, that's not raising children. That's
Right.
not raising
Right.
children. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a distinct difference in how, like, a child is raised. Like, are you housing a child or are you raising a child? Because it's a difference.
Oh,
A lot of people get,
right.
some people is housing children till they get old enough and then they put them out in the streets. And then when they don't be worth a
Okay.
damn, they want to turn their back on them. That's not how you do that. Are you raising your children? Are you
Okay.
cultivating productive human beings? That would be my question.
Mm-hmm. And that's a good thing. You know, that's really a hard thing. Um, that people don't think is hard communicating, and a lot of people don't. And it's not because they don't want to communicate with their children. They're just not. It's not easy for them to communicate with anyone, and sometimes they don't even know themselves. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I faulted a lot of times on the way that we raise our children, and we don't do the best job, but we feel like we do the best job that we know how. A lot of times we have these children when we're young, and the bad thing about it is that sometimes we're still learning ourselves. We still need raising done ourselves. We done took our fast tails out there. We done laid up and we done had these children. And now we have to raise a child while we're still being raised ourselves. So then sometimes we get lost. Either we let the children go and we continue to do our raising, or we continue to raise our children and we focus on them, but then we have that lack in ourselves. So now that's when our lives start to revolve around our children. I met so many people that their lives, they live through their kids. You don't have a life of your own because you stopped where you were to start raising someone else, because we started having children so young. And 9 times out of 10, it's not always the case, but 9 times out of 10, and a lot of times, we're raising our children alone. So we're giving our all to them to make sure that they don't miss out, but yet now we're missing out because we're not truly learning and knowing ourselves and giving ourselves what we need to move forward.
True.
Hey, sis. Maybe I'll be Rashad.
Hey, Cole Richmond, what's going on? What's going on, Cole Richmond?
Thank you, sis. I love you.
I be Rashawn, what's going on? How are you? Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
I think I agree with you on a
Hey,
lot.
Eddie, what's going on?
I wish that more of us recognize that it's okay to mourn the loss of self that happens when you have children, and to let certain parts lie and be grateful for the parts that grow when you do have them kids. Because if you do have a child by yourself, that nightlife is getting cut short. The
Right.
Yeah.
people that you interact with, you're going to look at them totally different. It's like as soon
Hey,
as that
Missy Hoskins.
and they hand them to you, you start looking at the people around you real different. It's like a switch flips. Like, damn, you was cool as hell last week. Now you can't be in my house. You smoke too much. You too loud. You talk too. It's just I can't do you right now. And a
Right.
lot of people resent that. They get caught up in resentment of loss and don't realize that. I mean, 99.9% of the time, that child done made you better. You're gonna keep that house clean. You're gonna go
Yeah.
to bed at a reasonable hour. You're gonna keep them groceries stocked. You're gonna learn to engage with something that's not murder, death, kill, rape, pillage, twerk all day. You're gonna watch something that's gonna help your mind develop, because you're not gonna let your baby see that.
Yeah.
Right.
Too many people get agitated in front. I can't do this. I can't do that. But what did you gain? I was living real
It's fun.
reckless
It's
before I had
funny
my
how some
son.
people say, "Oh my gosh, Professor, she being so fake. She since she don't had them babies, she thinks she all that." No, it's not that I think I'm all that. Like you say, your perspective, your view on life has changed. Because
Yeah.
that even happened with me, not only with a friend. That happened with me with my kid's father. When I started having children, and he didn't change. I started changing with the fact that I now have children, but he didn't
They got to
change.
come
That
first.
one in the streets, one
Mhm.
thing about it is I'm not going to be sitting here dealing with kids all day, making sure the house is clean, doing all this, and then I have to worry if you're gonna make it home because you still want to do that street life. And it had nothing to do with women. I'm talking about they did it. Like, he's not ignorant, he ignorant. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you still ignorant. You still out there with a zero he didn't have a zero tolerance. He had like a negative 20 tolerance. So I'm at home and I have to worry about if you gonna make it home, or if you gonna blow somebody off their feet, and if I have to get a call from loose stairs, if I have to do this. But see, when I was young and a young girl, it was cute to me. It may have been immature, but it was cute to me that I had somebody that's gonna have my back no matter where I go. Oh, no, you're not gonna this, you're not gonna that, and gonna make sure that I was good. But when I started having children, even though that was good for me, but it's like I started seeing it different. Like, can you just sit home? Your homeboy's coming 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Say, bro, such and such just happened to such and such. And he grabbing this shit. Oh, I gotta go. Grabbing his stuff out the closet and all that type of stuff. Afterwards, like, no, I don't want this no more. I don't want this no more. So now, at that point, he became angry with me that he felt like I just walked out on him. I didn't walk out on you. I just walked into our children. I walked into my purpose. And if you're not moving with me, I can't continue to hold on to you, because it's going to pull me away from where I need to be going and where I need to be leading these children to. You know what I'm saying? Not
Right.
no love lost. But this is not what I want for my family. I don't want this as a family. When I was young, I wanted it because it was exciting, but I don't want it as a family. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Kevin? How are you? So yeah.
My experience with that is a little different. I was living real fast, passing, as they say, kind of in between two worlds, doing things I didn't have no business all over the country, and was assaulted and got real sick and found out I was pregnant, and went home to try to deal with blood family, and
Hey,
got a
Black
very rude
Ones.
awakening, and had to make a decision. Am I going to let somebody who didn't bother to try to raise me raise mine, or step out here and be somebody's parent? And I opted for the latter of the two. I had no idea how to raise children. And when I
Hey,
say no
Divine.
idea, I mean, like, I didn't never know about Dreft or no Ivory Snow. I got this brother dressed up one day, just knew he was cute, and he was itching and fussing, and I took his little clothes off. He was red as a beet. I said, what the hell did happen? And I'm calling all over creation. They said, what you wash his clothes in? I said, Tide. Shit, I washed them in my clothes. You can't wash baby clothes in no Tide. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
can.
have, I didn't have nobody to teach me nothing about him. So, everything was trial and error. Uh,
Right.
but I learned real quick, you know what I'm saying, that people are going to be judgmental, and people were hateful, and everybody had an opinion about who I was and how I was doing. And I lost a lot of friends. I lost a whole
Right.
family because they just swore I was going to break this child. But, 13 years later, and we still very functional in here. I didn't kill him. We got to be doing something right. But I definitely had to go through those motions, because in that instance, in that trauma, I definitely had to realize, like, I was playing a dangerous game before he ever got here. And I
Oh,
did not
okay.
want him exposed to that. So that cut
Right.
off a huge part of life immediately. And then I had him, and a lot of, oh, I got you, da 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 da, I'm gonna be there, blah blah blah. Crickets. It was me and Google for a long time. So it became very important to me to set a different kind of example, because the life that I was living was definitely modeled for me, by parents that didn't parent. They just had us. And when we got to a certain age, it was kind of like, figure it out. And we did. But that's not what I wanted for my child. I wanted to know where he was and what he was doing, who he was doing it with. You want to have parties and sleepovers, you come have them over here where I can be mindful of what's going on. We're not going to be turning up and doing this thing. You need some money? I'll give it to you. You're not going to go find it out in the street. You got questions? You
Right.
come ask me. We're not going to repeat this same cycle that I went through.
Okay.
I did not want that for him. So it changed me up quick. But
Right.
I was grateful because clearly, like, had I continued down that path, I wouldn't have survived. And I know that.
I say my children saved me too. You know what I'm saying? They saved me from a
Mine
lot of
did
things.
too.
My attitude was real. Now I would say that I'll snap sometimes now, but I think my toxicity was like on 100 back then. You know, I didn't care. I didn't give a dang how you felt. I didn't give a dang how your mama felt. I don't care how your daddy feel about it. I don't care about nobody. You know what I'm saying? Not to the point. I won't say nobody, but I'm like that today as far as I'm real keen on how a person moves with me, but even back then it was like you definitely can't move. Don't move. Almost don't move. Let me do the moving because you could possibly move wrong. And if you move wrong, we're gonna have a problem today,
Yeah.
right now. You know what I'm saying? And so that in itself changed for me. And my grandmother was like that. I didn't understand it. How when I say, uh, she knew my friend from school. We lived around the corner from each other. We were close. Baby, let me say, can I stay all night? No, you not staying all night nowhere. Baby, she wasn't finna have you trade no clothes. Let me come walking out my room with a shirt. Where you going with that shirt? Oh, she asked, could she wear that shirt? No, she can't wear that shirt. Take that shirt back in the room. You're not changing out no clothes. You're not changing out nothing. And I just be like, man, you not letting me have no fun because all them was doing that stuff. But my grandma didn't play, and she didn't care
My
how you
grandma didn't
felt
play
about it.
neither. My grandma didn't play with me about that neither. We couldn't sleep nowhere. And so when I got had started having kids and I started having daughters, I said no. So my mom, we suspended that. I said no, because I asked myself, is a man in the house? There's a man in the house. And they were like, yeah, nope, you can't spend the boys down, nope.
You
They
sure
wanted
ain't
we
spending the night if no man, and it
could
wasn't
have.
no man in her house, but nobody but her sister, and her mama. And guess what? I
You can't
still
trust
wasn't
them
there.
neither. You can't trust them no
Yeah.
these days. You can't trust women around your kids neither. Nope. They're gonna come to the sleep at my house. 'Cause I
The
had my
topic
children
of
tent.
Miss IB Rashawn is: would you want your sons, your single sons, to date and to marry a woman who has children? Yes, and why not? If you were a stud or a male, would you date or date a woman who has children? Because like I say, when the guy was saying that he would write his son off if he dated a woman who had children. So then at that point, and I feel like if that's such a strong point in families nowadays, not wanting your son and your children to date people who has children already, I think it needs to be a little more hands down, foot down on your son's not walking out on his family. Because if you walk out on the family, you're leaving a single mother. But yet you choose to not date single mothers. So why would you leave one out there for somebody else? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like in your relationship, I feel like even if things aren't going the best, I mean, I'm not saying detrimental shit or something that's just gonna drive you crazy, but work through the problems. You know, people find it so easy to leave. Like when I get tired, when I get fed up,
I
I
got a
can just
question,
walk
D.
out the door. Huh?
I got a
What?
question.
Okay.
So was he saying that he didn't want his son to date or somebody with children because it might end up giving his truth about him having stray kids out there?
He's he kept saying it was his story that he don't want to date women with he don't want his son dating women with kids because he's saying that the kid like he said something I said he said the kid will always call you by your first name because when they daddy come back around he ready to call his daddy, but that is his daddy. I think he dealt with somebody and he may have had his feelings crushed by a woman whose kid's father was still in the picture and he felt he didn't have any say so or any uh like the kids must not was feeling him must not have been feeling him. at all.
So
But a lot of times that has to do with you. If you come if you come into a household with a woman who has children, and your sole purpose, a kid can tell if you all into my mama and you not into me. So if you not into me, I'm not about to be into you, sir.
so
You know what I'm saying?
he didn't want his son dating somebody with kids because of a name.
And he says that he's not given all that he worked for, that he would possibly leave to his son. If he leave it to his son, then his son is raising somebody else's bloodline. I'm not leaving nothing of mine to somebody else's kids, is what he said. And I say,
Crazy,
are
man.
you still with his mother?
Hmm?
No. Okay then. You're not with his, so you don't want to date a woman with children, but yet you produce women. You produce single women with children. You don't produce it as far as you had it, but if you walking out on it, you're making her a part of the women with children that are single. He said,
Jesus
my
Christ.
son came to me
Right.
one day
You
and
right.
he said his son came to him at the age of 10 and said, Daddy, I want to grow up and I want to meet a woman, and I want us to have kids, and I want us to raise our kids, and I want us to live and be happy forever. You know what he held on to? He said, if a 10-year-old is smart enough to see it that way, he came to me, he said, Daddy, I want to have children. He didn't say I want to raise nobody else's children. That's what he said. I said, but did you not hear all that he said? He said we are going to live happily ever after and raise our children together. How do you keep part of what he says and yet you let the other part of what he say go, and you try to use it as something to put out there for people to live by?
That man been hurt. He ain't let it go.
That's what I said. And he swear he not.
Something
He
wrong.
swear he not. Of
Something
course you
wrong
can get
with
in the
him.
box. Send a request and I'll let you up.
A hit dog.
Something wrong with him.
Hey, how are you, Chanel? How are you?
Hit
You
dog.
know, and I'm like, come on. Hey, Miss Chanel, I know it's your first
Good
time. If you will, at
morning.
the bottom, there should be a camera. Please press the camera and bring your camera up for me so I can at least know who I'm speaking with. I'd appreciate that.
Oh, girl, I'm just laying around. Let me come back when I'm not chilling in. I just got off of work.
You
So,
just got off work.
yeah, I just closed up, so I can come back.
Go ahead. I mean, you can turn your camera on. You can turn your camera on. It doesn't have to be on you. I mean, I just whatever. Mind.
Girl,
Go
I
ahead. Go
stay in the
ahead. Go ahead and
camera,
make your
girl.
point. Yeah, go ahead with your point. I just like to know who I'm speaking
Hey,
with.
Sue.
Hey, sissy, how you doing, baby?
All right. How you doing?
Okay,
Good.
but
Tell Dad I say hey.
you have a
Okay, I
point that you
tell
were
him.
making.
Yeah, so
Okay,
I
sweetie.
try to stay out of people's
Hey,
business,
Derek.
but I have a 33-year-old son, and I heard y'all talking about kids. I had
Yes.
my son. I got pregnant at 14. I had him at 15. He's 33. I've never had an issue with him. I had a great support system, my mom and my two older brothers. And I raised him to be
Welcome in, everyone.
respectable. And he has two children. He's not with his kid's mom, but she's engaged. And they tend to work well together. They tend to, whatever the stepdad does, I think they call him dad. They call him by his name, but then sometimes they call him dad. But eventually, with him
Mm-hmm.
being in their life, they will probably call him dad as well as my son dad. But the thing of it is, they know the difference. This man was
Right.
there the first day of school because I was there the first day of school. So any man that enters into a child's life, if they take on a father role, they're going to be respected as a father figure, no matter what they call the child. And
Right.
the guy that feels like that, I feel like he has deeper issues than just leaving a legacy, because I allow my children to choose whatever they want to choose. I don't get in their business. They're 28 and 33. I don't get in their business unless they come to me for advice. And it's only advice. I raised you enough to have common sense to make sound choices. And so I
Yes.
don't get in their business whatsoever. They do what they want to do because I know what I instilled in them. I trained them up, even as a 15
Amen,
year old.
Joy.
As a 15-year-old, I trained them up. I was there completely. I gave up a lot. I still was learning, so we kind of grew together. So I'm very proud of who they have become. But this father seems to have control issues for one, and
Yes.
he's been hurt because I would never choose anything for my children. I would advise them, give them godly counseling, and allow them to make their own decisions. I don't know. That just sounded a
And you
little
know why
controlling.
I feel he claimed he hasn't. I feel he's been hurt before because
Yeah,
this is another thing he kept saying. Y'all women just gotta understand we ain't doing it no more. Doing what no more,
yeah.
boo?
He's hurt.
What do like do we not doing it no more? That he was saying more like that, y'all. So I ain't just saying that's that. We ain't doing it no more. Like, oh, you ain't doing it no more. Okay, I mean, but and see, he doesn't look at it to the point where do you know how many see these men don't want to be in their children's lives and they leave single mothers, but then when that child grows that mama meets another man and that man steps in and that man helps her raise her children, not
Right.
taking over the fact he's not even trying to remove the father, he's just giving them what they're missing. If you come around he don't have an issue with that. Hey Sandra, what's going on? So but he steps in and he's giving that son and that daughter something they don't have, but when they grow up, when they become professionals, when they become athletes, when they become this and they become that, then here he come on to knock at the door. Oh, I'm
Mm-hmm.
your daddy. But then dad is not accepted at this point. And so there are a lot of stepfathers who are being rewarded by the children because of the children appreciate you stepping in. The children appreciate what you have done. That baby, you have athletes and professionals buying stepfathers and stepmothers homes, buying stepfathers and stepmothers uh cars and land and leaving them this. So it's not
Right.
always about a step parent coming in wanting what you have. Sometimes they give into your children. They're instilling things in your children that you may not have been able to instill in them.
That's
So I
right.
think it goes both ways. Hey, what's going on? You woke up. How are you?
You woke up.
He's so amazing. So I saw a video earlier. Since we kind of talking about this subject, I just saw a video. I saved it because I'm gonna post it. But they was having a conversation about should you be concerned if your ex that you have children with pull up with their present mate.
No,
What?
I don't care.
I was in Toodaloo.
I wouldn't care.
Only
So,
time, and I'm gonna be
Oh,
honest, the
yeah.
only time I had a problem with that when I was younger is my daughter, her dad had a fiance, and when I would my daughter would go for the weekend, he would have to come get her, or if I was taking her out that way, he would meet me somewhere because she didn't want me pulling up at her house. So one day he was coming to pick my daughter up and she was in the car with him and I acted a whole fool. Not
okay.
because I didn't give a flying rat's tail about her.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is, if you don't want me in front of your house, at least have enough respect not to pull up in front of mine.
Okay.
That was my only issue. But he could pull up with her, baby. They could sit outside. Matter of fact, I'm one of them people. When I'm done with you, I'm done with you. They could come in. They could come in, have a seat, and wait for my daughter to finish getting dressed.
Right.
That's how I am. I don't care. When I'm done with you, we have a relationship where we're raising a child. And as long as we're cordial, I respect you. You respect me. Your mate respect me. I respect your mate. And the same with mine. But I'm good. But my only issue was don't dare pull up in front of my house. when you have a hissy fit about me pulling up in front of yours.
Right. Respect. Mutual respect.
Yes.
I think a
Okay.
lot of people that separate from families, particularly, and I won't even say particularly men, but I think a lot of times when couples separate and there are children involved, the person who's actually leaving, and just for the sake of this man that we're talking about, they leave and they think it's a punishment.
Hmm.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna take everything that I felt like I brought to this table and go. So when you partner with somebody else, or when you get with somebody else and are unbothered, they get agitated. Oh, well, you just think you're gonna replace this, that, and the third, and it's not about that. People want to do harm versus amicably separate and be adults, and that's childish. That's real
Very.
childish.
Yes.
True. True.
Being able to communicate for the sake of these children, because I mean, ultimately, what's the problem? And I get it, you know what I mean? It's hurts and it's sore spots, it's this, that, and 12 other thirds. But where is the loss for these children to gain additional parents? Because now, realistically, instead of two, you might have four. This is
Right. Right.
additional resources, this is additional streams of communication, additional perspectives to help them weigh out and make decisions, which is only going to potentially make them better in the future if everybody is level headed and focused on the best interest of these children.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. BJ, give me a second. You can keep packing your stuff. I'm gonna let you drop down. Someone wants to come in the
Okay.
box. I'm gonna let him come in for a
That's
second. All
cool.
right.
That's
All
cool.
right.
So for me, I think now I understand what you all saying and I respect it. But for me, I never had to exchange because I was just a single parent, period.
Hey, how are you?
I didn't do any exchange or anything. Hey you, how you doing?
Hey, hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm great. So for me, I didn't have to do any exchanging. But I will say if that was the case,
Hey,
I would
Rob.
not want anyone present during the exchange. And the reason is only for my children. Only
Okay.
because children don't understand the emotions that people have behind it. And you tend to act different when you're with your present because sometimes they have a problem when you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Why you look at him like that? Why why'd you say this? Why did so I think that the best
Why
thing
you
to
let my
do,
hand go? You were holding my hand till she
right,
came outside. You
right.
know, you
And
find small
So
stuff.
uh,
You're right. They
in
find
order,
small stuff.
okay,
and
so in order to
Mhm.
keep peace and have children see that you
Thank you for
are
sharing the box.
mature enough to do an exchange, because kids don't understand. And I just said no, I wouldn't. It's not the fact that somebody care or don't care. It's the fact that my children always came first. Always. Without a doubt. So I would say no, don't
Okay.
roll up with nobody. I'm not coming with nobody. We're
I'm
gonna
right here.
exchange
I'm
children
not going nowhere. I'm
and
right here.
that's
Okay.
it.
And,
Go
my
and
ahead, King.
that
my,
makes a lot of sense.
my situation, because my thing, me and my daughter's mom, we got a divorce. And for me, it's always been, just because our relationship doesn't work out doesn't mean that we should affect it. Because like so many people, like I said, they separate and then they make it hard for the children, where the children can't feel comfortable around the two parents, whether they have, new boyfriends, girlfriends, spouses, or whatever. And I just never wanted that for my daughter. So I'm cool with my daughter's my daughter's mom's her boyfriend. Even when I go visit my daughter, well now she's 19, but before that, like I would stay at my daughter's mom's house. You know what I'm saying? Because we just have even we take trips together. We went to Florida. Me, my daughter's mom, her boyfriend, even my daughter's mom's ex-husband before me because she had kids with him. We all went to Florida.
Darius,
Um, I think, we have
I
to
bet you
let
want to. Come
whatever
here.
differences we have go because it's about the children. And it's just so much better for the children when they can be around you and just feel comfortable. They don't have to feel like they got to pick a side or they have to,
Take out one of them Grammys.
feel like something's wrong. Just because we're not together don't mean we can't get along. We have to let whatever we had go. And like me and my daughter's mom, we're friends because the relationship didn't work out, but that don't mean we can't be friends after that. We just had to let it go because, like I said, my daughter is that's the most important thing. So
Yeah,
we
that's
had to let
fine.
that go. So he can her boyfriend, yeah, I mean, she doesn't have to be there. I mean, when I would come in town, he would come pick me up. You know what I'm saying? So I could see my daughter, or he could bring my daughter to me. Same thing, when they come in town, they stay at my mom's house. There's no animosity. Like it's about my daughter. So
Right, right.
They
I
definitely
don't
are.
have I don't
And
have to
that's
hate
good.
I don't have to
That's
hate them. They don't
rare.
have to hate
That's
me.
good.
So
That's right.
And that's good. When you agree that there is if you guys have something that is the mutual common denominator, which is the child,
mm,
and you both agree that that is very important to you, then you tend to focus on the common denominator and not that person on the other side of it. And that's
yeah.
very important, because I saw I don't know if it was on TikTok, Facebook, I saw a video, hey, what's going on, how are you, where these children, well, I won't call them children, but some young people, they were in college and they wind up getting pregnant. And so uh they both were college students. Sometimes when that stuff happens, sometimes the father leaves the girl because he's like, I have an education I'm trying to get in, and vice versa, other things break up. They made a decision in which I felt was very applaudable and commendable, that they took turns going to school. She would go this semester, he would go the next semester, and they would swap out. It may have taken them a little longer to get their degree, but the fact that they both loved their child and they both knew that we have somewhere we're trying to get to. We're no longer together, but
Mhm.
it's about, at this point, doing what's best for us, because what's best for us is what's best for this child. You know what I'm saying? So they chose to help each other in that way, and I felt like that was real. That was something good for me, applaudable for me. That I felt like they were continuing the education, for one. You know, and
Mhm.
then the fact that they were communicating and that they had a plan. Sometimes it's about a plan. You have to
Yeah.
make a plan if things are not going to be the way that it was from jump. If things are separating and going different ways, now we have to be mature enough to sit down and create a plan.
hmm
Let's work out a plan.
That's
It's
right.
about
What do y'all feel
maturity.
about that?
It's
No, I
about
think
maturity, though. You have to be matured and be able to do that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
for sure. No, I totally agree with you. But what the both of y'all are talking about is a level of maturity and communication that a lot of people can't wrap their heads around.
That's
You
right.
have to be able to communicate intentions like that to alternate going to school. Like you said in the corner, these people that stayed at your mama's house. That's village
Oh yeah.
mentality. That's a beautiful thing, but that takes a level of patience and communication that be the first thing to go out the window dealing with a whole lot of people.
But you have to
They-
take yourself. The thing about it, you have to take yourself. You have to. Okay, we have one common goal: is raise this child and make her situation the best that it can be. You have to take yourself out of it and not make it about you at that point, and that's what it's about for me.
Right. And that's what she says. That's what she said. That's a great thing. And that's a village thing. But you know what? Sometimes people don't even believe in villages anymore. They
No.
don't believe the village thing anymore. And I'm telling you, that is so true. That is so true, 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 true. Because where I lack, just say, like, if we're all here together and we're all a village, no matter what it is, we might not be the kid's parent or whatever, but you may be an aunt. You may be a best friend. You may be this or be that. But where I lack, you may have what I lack.
Mm-hmm.
You may have what I don't understand. And I may have to come to you. My daughter or my son may have a question for me that I don't feel like I have the answer to. And I may say, hey, call your aunt professor. Hey, call Uncle you. You know what I'm saying? And I have to be willing to do that. But people aren't willing to do that because people are so not, a lot of times nowadays, people are so embarrassed about being inadequate. They are so embarrassed that I don't know and I don't understand, that I will let my child suffer because I don't know and I don't understand. And I'm not going to let nobody know I don't understand. And so I'm just going to let my kids suffer and go down the drain with me.
Well, hyper independence
Mhm.
is a trauma response. You
The
give
what?
hyper independence is a trauma response.
Mm-hmm.
You mad, you hurt, I don't need no help. Okay, you might not. But this baby might need something that you don't
Yeah.
have.
Yes.
Mhm.
The
Right.
goal is to get to 10. You might got 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. But that 1, 3, 5, and 9 might have to come from somewhere else. And it's not fair
Right.
to let that child lack or fall by the
Hey,
wayside
CC.
because you can't
Hey,
be
Mimi.
everything all the time. You can't. It's too many hours in a day. It's too many
Hmm.
uncontrollable variables to
Hey,
ignore
Sammy.
the possibility of good people because you mad.
Yep.
That's just not intelligent. Unfortunately,
Right.
too many people is stuck in trauma. They coming from hurt places, and they will not allow anybody to get close because they're too afraid of getting hurt. They're too afraid of being
Hey,
embarrassed,
fireman.
and they functioning from a trauma response. It's unhealthy. It's not
Hmm.
healed. It's
Mm-hmm.
getting damaged.
Right.
What we have to understand, though, is many people don't understand trauma. We can use the word all day, but really, people don't understand that they are hurt. They don't understand that it happened way before they understood it happened. They don't realize that it's a long-term trauma that has to be dealt with before anything else can go forward. So it's up to us that do know and understand to be patient
Mm-hmm.
with others who don't, because I have so much patience with people. And sis will tell you, people are calling on me all the time, but I understand trauma. I understand lack. I understand these things, and I feel like I experienced it so that I could understand it and be able to be patient. We are impatient. We have so much pride and ego in today's society that we don't want to allow anyone to do anything to share our problems, because there's so much shame going on. There's so much guilt, and uh, there's such a lack of patience with one another. We
But
want
do
to
you think? But
always
do you
look
think that that?
smarter.
But do you think that that shying away from that comes because of the fact that it's, even though there's a lot of that going on, there's a lot of, thank you for the cap. There's a lot of judgment that people are not. People are so afraid. So afraid to come tell you, Rashawn, that I feel like I feel like I'm not a good mother, and I feel like I can't do this, and I feel like I wronged my kids, and I feel like I did this, because next time I hear about it, it's gonna be coming from Red.
Right, because people do carry bad seeds. And I do think it's a lot of judgment. It's a lot of judgment. It's a lot of misjudgment, because oftentimes we don't have the whole story. We just have
Right.
bits and pieces of it, and we put the rest in it because we start to assume. And y'all know what assumption does.
Appreciate it again.
So
Yes.
Make a behind at
thank
yourself.
you for,
Thank you so much,
right.
Sammy. I
Thank you for
appreciate
the
you
love.
gifting my co-host. I
Appreciate it
appreciate
again.
that. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Yes, ma'am. So you're right about the assumptions, and a lot of times it's all about assumptions nowadays. People
Hmm.
people will rather assume than to get clarification.
I think mothering is a
Right.
verb.
There you said a lot. You said a lot.
Yeah, 'cause I done sat down, I done called Ivy Rashad many times and I said, I need help with this. Can you give me advice with this? Can you help me? And
Mr. B, what's going on?
I'm some months older than her, and I'm listening like everybody was looking like, well, you talking to her, she's younger than you. But sometimes it's good to talk to somebody younger than you, 'cause they
Right.
might know something than you don't know. And
Mm.
she was like, well, sis, if I was in your shoes, I'd do such and such a thing. Just step back and and I just sit there and just listen. I sat there
Right.
and listen because even though I'm 50 years old, you can listen to other people's. You can listen
Yeah.
Right.
to older people's,
Knowledge
and you
and
can listen
wisdom
to young
has no
people's.
Well, that's what I
age.
was going to say. Age and
Yeah.
wisdom
Yes.
does not
Knowledge
go
and
hand in
wisdom
hand.
has no age.
Definitely not.
What's
And
Cause
that?
and
she
I
done helped
and
me.
I and look,
She
and
done helped me a
I
lot.
love Mr. Sean down there. She real cool
She done
too.
helped me with a lot.
Thank you,
She done
love.
helped me with
Right.
a lot.
But see,
I
you
think
have to be willing to listen. You have to be willing to listen. Because one thing about me, y'all, I love talking to old people. I can walk. But I'm really, even with other people. Period. I really never meet a stranger. If I sit down and we start talking, I'm telling you, I'll sit down with you right now. We'll be talking. We'll be talking about, yeah. And you remember when? Let me tell you. You remember when such and such happened back in the day, where such and such, because we can relate to something. We may not know it off top, But things in life we can relate to, whether you bring it to the forefront or whether I bring it to the forefront. But I hardly ever meet a stranger. But I love talking to old people. I'll sit, if I'm walking through the park and an old lady sitting on a bench, I may sit at the bench because I need to rest for a second. And I'll be like, hey, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? She'll be like, how you doing? You know, and just spark up a conversation.
Mhm.
Man, I'll look up,
Mm-hmm.
man, I'll probably be on that bench for about an hour talking to the old lady. And I'm like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You know what I'm saying? Just I enjoy it. I love what they have to give. I love to listen. I love to take in what they give me. And like I say, some things you can apply to your life. Some things you've been there, done that. And sometimes they help you to see other ways around. It could be the exact same thing I'm going through, but she helped me to
Mm-hmm.
see it from another angle. And I'll be like,
Mhm.
I could master that from that angle. I've been fucking up from this angle. But that angle you just showed me, I'm going to
Yep.
try that. You know what I'm saying? So you can learn from everybody. You can learn from anybody, anytime. You just have to be willing to hear it and to let and to take it in. Is how I feel.
You gotta learn from these kids too. I
Yeah.
think that as parents, we can all agree that it didn't, when that baby was born, it didn't come with a manual. And
Sure
for me
didn't.
personally, a lot of things that I had planned, oh, I'm gonna have a schedule, I'm gonna feed him this and teach him that. He had a personality that was his. That's a whole person by
Mhm.
himself that
Right.
I had to critique some of my
Hey,
intentions to suit
MSN, how are you?
his needs. Sure, I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to raise little righteous Panther type things. He said, this is angry all the time. Do we have to read this stuff? No, we don't. We don't. I don't have to try to pour you into some cookie cutter. If you need Bernstein Bears, you need Peter Rabbit, we can do that.
Right.
You want
Right.
to eat greens, you don't want to eat salad, we can do that. You don't have to force parenting. You can parent with your child. If you listen to them, a lot of times they'll tell you what it is that they need. Now, as an adult, you have to synthesize what that looks like because we're not eating ice cream for breakfast every day. But
Fact.
if once or twice a month you need to have that, I don't feel like going to school today. I just don't feel like it. Because a tummy ache is anxiety. And if you having too many of them, we need to have a conversation about what's going on in your classroom. You want to get
Mm.
up and eat junk food for breakfast? We need to talk about that. Like,
Mhm.
having that conversation, being able to communicate with adults is great. But if it's really about
True.
them kids,
Sam.
communicating with them children is important too.
Right.
And
Yes.
giving them the space and grace to say, hey, I need this.
Right.
Not that and 12 other thirds. I need this right here, right now.
Yeah, and every
But
child is different.
people.
It's not a one size fits all, and so you have to be.
Yeah.
You have to. It is different.
Right. But people say all the time, um, children have emotions and feelings and you need to let them express them, which
Mhm.
is true, but I think that they take that a little too far. Now you can express, like you say when you go to the grocery store and you like, okay, so guys, what do you guys think you might want to eat this week? You do have an opinion, you do have emotions, you have things that you like, things that you may want. We can have, like you say, sit down and have conversation. Now if you sit down and have conversations with your children, you'll find out a lot about them as far as things that they like, things that kind of bother them that you never knew bothered them. And it could be something in the way that I'm doing something, the way I'm parenting may bother you. Now, if we're sitting down and we're having a conversation, you can bring those things to me, and then maybe I can look at. But when people say children have emotions, children have feelings, they should be able to express themselves, they taking it to a whole nother level. That's these kids saying, I'm not doing that. I'm not. That's a way to say
Mhm.
everything. You know what I'm saying? And I think it starts with, like you say you sit down and you talk to your children every day. That lets your children know that mama is open to hearing how I feel, open um to my suggestions, open to how I feel. That's one thing. But when you don't have those discussions, you don't sit down and talk to your children. Now your child is over there and your child is having a feeling, an emotional feeling, and
But
what they say is, instead of coming to you and saying, mama, can I talk to you, because they used to talking to you, I don't see, there's a difference.
even before
Yeah.
they can talk, though, I feel like, and a lot of these terms is just stuff, like I say, I write a
Hey
lot.
Donna, how are you? Hey Sandra.
So I put a lot of this stuff on paper for my
Hey Blue,
own.
please.
But preventative parenting is a real thing. I saw a lot of people raise kids before I had any, and every time they touched the refrigerator, they was snapping on, "Don't touch that! Get out of there!" Da 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 da. But you can't never tell when a baby is hungry. Little people eat all the time. So when I had a child, I
Thank you,
cleared the
Rashawn.
whole bottom of my refrigerator. I took and put them little plastic. They look like Glad makes them. They look like little old shower caps. I put his cereal. I put his fruit in little bowls in there. I put them little shower caps on it. So when he got ready for a snack, he could go in the refrigerator, go at what was eye level. He get his little
Hey,
peanut
Big
butter and
Sexy, how are
jelly.
you?
He get his fruits and
Hey,
things.
Dr. Will.
I don't have to punish you for what I know you gonna repetitiously do
Hey,
because
Button
that's
Love.
counterproductive. Why would I? You gonna keep messing with the refrigerator? Why am I gonna abuse you for this? Which
No,
is
unplug
it's gonna
mine.
scare
You just
you into
unplugged
not
mine.
doing
You
it
just did.
yourself. You can have the foresight as an adult to know. You know what? This child is gonna always mess with the refrigerator. Why wouldn't I just put the stuff, make it accessible where he can
Can
eat
you
it?
mute for me? Can you mute for me?
It's no point in that. There are
Mm-hmm.
some things that we can do as adults that we know little kids is gonna do that you can. Your perception is way farther than theirs. Why set them up for unnecessary pitfalls?
Right.
That to me is another way to build communication because then when they do have big emotions, they can come tell you about it. I'm so mad. Well, why? You always do
Mm-hmm.
this, and this, and it'd be the littlest thing. I can't reach my shirts. I can't do this. It simple things
Right.
make for healthy communication, but parents don't think to outthink their children. You just want them to do what you want them to do, but you're not facilitating them growing and developing in their emotions. You just want them to behave. That ain't the way. That ain't the way.
Right. Right. Which is true. And I think sometimes we have to be taught to think outside the box. You know, sometimes we're just in the box and we're just comfortable in the box. That's where we've been for so long, is that we're just so comfortable there. And sometimes we have to have something or someone to actually pull us or have us to peep over that box and see that there's a whole nother world on the outside of the box in order for us to want to climb over and experience other things. And it was funny and it was cute to me. Let me see. It was cute to me when my daughter and my son-in-law were about to get married. They went to marriage counseling, counseling before, and the counselor asked them, so name one thing that you dislike about your mate. And so when they asked my son-in-law, they say, name something you dislike about her. He was like, nothing. I like everything about her. And he was like, no, 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 that's not true. You don't like everything about it. There's no one that you like everything about. You have to be honest. And then he was like, well, I don't like that she shops so much. And so the counselor says, okay, does she work? He said, yes, she works. He says, are all your bills paid? He said, yes. He says, do they ever fall behind? He said, no. And he says, so you want to hear my suggestion to that? My suggestion for that? And he said, yes. He said, I suggest you go in there and build some more shelves. Because if it's not a problem, don't make it a problem. You know what I'm saying? If she's handling what she needs to handle here at home, she's not taking away from anything. She's putting money every time she get paid. They have a savings, money go into their savings. So anything she do outside of that. So apparently the only problem is space. So like he said, I suggest you as a man should go in there and build some more shelves. And he looked and he was like, oh, you may be right because it's really not a problem. See, now it's not a problem. But, and again, had he not forced that out of him to say that, he'd been harboring that to where it became a problem. Right now it was nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't at the forefront of his mind. But had he not pulled it out of him later on in the relationship, it could have easily become a problem that was at the forefront and could have caused problems within the relationship. So like you say, sometimes it's about the communication. It's about seeing things that you don't see, things that you don't understand. And sometimes you have to have someone else's interaction to help you understand or to help you even relate to what it is you're feeling and going through. And before you'll even understand it. Oh, what's going on? Keeping it reals. How are you? Hey, Miss Ashley, how are you? Mark Williams, what's going on? Okay, Jennifer. All right, all y'all muted. Nobody had anything to say. What's going on? Everybody? Look at Professor's like,
I'm super accommodating. I felt that in my spirit, but I'm a why person. My lady likes to shop a lot too, and it definitely space is a thing. But
Yeah.
very similar, like we are in the process of learning to cohabitate, and I shops too. So it's just like, where we gonna put stuff? But it's just like, like you say, build more shelves. I got a whole laundry closet where the washer and dryer is with the utilities not in there. Quick little shower rod, some bins, and some of them little hanging things. Wow, now we got a closet with French doors. It's just
mm,
that simple. I never would have contemplated that at all. But she was like, yeah, we just put a shower rod in here. I can hang my stuff right here and put some bins in there. Um, Accommodation and honesty is huge in relationships.
right.
And those are the areas, like I say, it takes a pebble to cause an avalanche. It seems real minuscule right now, but three,
Oh
four
yeah,
years down the line, you'd be pissed off.
Hey, one investor, go ahead and bring your camera up.
And I
oh
think,
yeah.
and that's the thing, and it is,
Remember,
and I think we have to
remember.
be, because especially like with my
Wait
situation,
a minute,
like
I'm
I
sorry.
told you,
Hold
like
on.
how,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
there.
What's going on? Wait a minute. Give me a second, you. Hey, how are you? What's going on, one investor?
I'm good. What's happening?
I'm sorry.
What did you say? Hello.
Hey, what's going on? Are you
I'm
wanting to,
good.
you have an input on the topic that we're on?
Yeah, yeah. Just came in now, so I wanna be part of the topic.
Okay, well I'm gonna let you come back, okay?
All right.
Okay, I'm sorry. You woke. Go
no,
ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like especially with my situation, and I have to like if somebody's willing to, because like just like the relationship I'm in now, she understands. Like I said, when I would go see my daughter, I would stay with my daughter's mom. I would do. So I definitely have to be like if somebody's willing to understand my situation and be willing to compromise with me, I definitely have to be willing to, work with them on any issues because everybody wouldn't be able to deal with my situation
Okay.
and be willing to work with that. So yeah, I mean, relationship is definitely work, but you definitely have to be willing, like I said, compromise on things.
Hey, Smack by Beauty. Thank you for the follow. Mark and one investor. The topic is: would you be willing to marry a woman who already has children?
Oh, see,
Yes
I
or
came in
no?
late on that.
Why or why
So
not?
I'm actually in a relationship now. I'm getting married next week. so
Oh,
and
congratulations.
actually my fiance's daughter was the one that I was talking to that just came in here. Well, my daughter now, but so I hate the conversation about the whole single mom conversation that you see all the time online because I think it's terrible. Because a woman has kids doesn't mean that it has nothing to do with her mindset or who she is. Because relationships end for just like my daughter's mom. We're not together, right? But that
Mm,
doesn't make her a terrible woman because we just didn't work out. But she's a great woman still.
right. Mark, can you bring up your camera?
So I hate that whole conversation because, like I said, we just didn't work out. But I will never bash her and say she's a bad woman. I mean, I think she's a great woman for somebody. It just wasn't for me. So
Right. Wasn't for you.
the whole single mom conversation to me is just trash. I hate it because just because you have a kid, and then it's like we take the man out of it. I mean, and we always say, no, if a man is raising his kids on his own, we give him a trophy, because he's a single dad. But then when you see a single mom, we want to bash her because she's a single mom. It makes no
Right.
sense. So to me, yeah, I
Okay.
would because
That's great. So, Mark, what do you feel about that? Would you date a woman who? Would you marry a woman who already has
I
children? Hey, Evans, what's going on?
I feel like the world is a place that resolves. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
sorry, I can't hear you.
Hold on, let me adjust my speaker. I feel like the world wasn't built in a day. And people go through things, and some things they call mistakes, but it's no such thing as mistakes. I mean, if a woman has kids and you indulge yourself with her life, I mean that's something that if you want the woman, you got to come with everything she's told under her mind, you accept it. So why not accept what she breathed into this world? And if you want to be a real man and step up and take that call, I don't feel like there's nothing wrong with that. Just like a woman will accept a man with kids, but you got to get rid of all the baby mama drama, baby daddy drama, and all that. It's a significance to loving someone. That's why the word love was created. You know what I'm saying? When you love with your heart, regardless of the situation or the dedication to whatever they got going on. And brother, you are a strong man. You know what I'm saying? To indulge your situation like that. I applaud you for that. Me myself, I would never mix that situation. I would make each understand the responsibilities and the duties that I have as the individual I am. But circumstances change things, but you have a very understanding significant other. And that's a blessing many men don't get. I have one child. You know, uh, I did 15 years in prison, and I raised my son from prison. I raised my son from prison because I set myself up. I just got caught in a foolish move, but I raised my son from prison. So when I came home, my son knew he took care of him, even though me and his mother wasn't together. And then I married a woman that had 4 children, not related to me. I raised them. They call me dad today. I did that because the significance of that woman and the inbreed feeling and emotions that I had
Hey,
I
for her,
respect
Peaches.
that though. But,
it attracted me to her. I didn't get with her for her kids. I got with her for her kids. You know what I'm saying? She was catching it. If I'm gonna be a man, if you're gonna be a man, step up all the way. Don't say I got
Amen.
my children. If you're gonna be a man, step up all the way. And sometimes I feel like we as men don't play our part. We want the beauty, but we don't want the responsibilities. And that's where a lot of us go wrong. You know,
Right.
just like we got these beautiful queens on here. We'll get on TikTok and look at them. Yeah, I do this, I do. I'm not gonna tell you what I do. Get with me as an individual and find out what I would do for you. I like the fact of miss. What type of man is this gonna be? I mean, if you give them
Pretty much show
everything,
with action. You don't have to tell. You're gonna show it through your actions.
I don't talk. I'm retired Navy SEALs, baby. I was trained not to talk. But if people understand the significance of that in a relationship, because
Hey,
sometimes you can
Sequoia.
talk too much. Sometimes you can talk too much, and when you let people know the plan for your relationship, and they're not at the capability to do the same thing that you're doing,
Hey,
that's
Bobby,
where the
how are
hate
you?
come in. That's where the jealousy come in, and that's when people start pointing fingers at you. But as long as you satisfied, and brother, I'm glad you happy, and congratulations on your wedding and stuff. Man, look, the
appreciate it. Appreciate
individual thing that I see in life, in order to have respect and condone peace within your home, I refuse to fight against my own peace. My peace is my peace. If I let you take it from me, I gave it to you. Because you're not gonna rob me of my peace. I will let you go, cut you off. I don't care, mother, sister, brother. You're not gonna steal my peace. God made us individuals. You know what I'm saying? He made us individual for a reason. It's up to us to keep our own peace. You don't let mother influence you to lose your peace. You don't let dad, brother, cousin, you don't let them influence you to walk away from your peace. And that's the thing I feel like, and not just being biased against men, I just feel like some brothers don't understand the significance of a woman. They bear our children. They nurture us when we hurt. They look us in our eyes and tell us they love us. And we look them in their eyes and tell them we love them back. But we show them the opposite. These women that's out here exploiting their body and making money, doing all explicit type of things, they're doing that because we didn't step up to the plate. So now the obvious is the other race offer them money and they feel like, well, this dude ain't doing enough for me. I got bills to pay. In all actuality, if we'd have been playing our part, they'd be like, I don't need him. My man take good care of me. My man do this, my man do that. But we don't look at it that way. We visualize it as, oh, y'all just want to throw us on child support. Wasn't no need. My baby mama tried to put me on child support as soon as I got out of prison. Mind you, when you property of the state, it's all kind of receipts where your money go and how they go. That judge that story. Why are you trying to put him on child support? He been locked up 15 years. He ain't did nothing for him. Judge say, I see different. You know,
Oh yeah.
don't never let a woman influence you to stop doing for your child, trying to punish her, because it's gonna hit you in the face later when that child want to get to know you.
And I'm glad, just like the child support thing, I don't have, like, I pay $1,500 a month child support. Well, it just ended, but like I said, that had no effect on me and my daughter's mom's relationship. Or I would still do more for my daughter, even though, you know what I'm saying. And even now, 'cause I'm off the child support, I still pretty much doing the same or more. I don't think child support is a bad thing. I know a lot of people cry about it, but if you take, because my thing is, you need to know who you're sleeping with, for one. So all
Mhm.
this, I hear about men complaining, not talking about, well, they don't know what it's going to. And a lot of men paying $500 or less, so it's really not enough to
Less.
take care of child anyway. So stop complaining about where the money going, because you ain't really giving enough to really put a roof over the child head, the food, the car that the child need to be taken care of, to go places, the gas, whatever. So
Yeah,
I
it's
hate to
more
hear the
to
crying
it.
about that. So like I said, I pay $1,500 a month. I still get my child allowance. I still pay for hair. When she was in sports, I paid for that. You know what I'm saying? So I just, the child support is not a big thing for me. It's about the child, and but like I said, I commend you on, what I'm saying, what you did. Especially being in prison and still, being in a child's life.
And still being
I
in his
commend you
life.
on that. I
Guys,
commend you on
please
that,
tap the
definitely,
screens, tap the screens, tap the screens, share the
definitely.
live. Guys,
You
please take a
know,
look up here
you
and follow your
know.
girl. You can subscribe to my lives, guys. We have different perks for those that will be subscribers for the subscriptions that are coming through. We will have private lives. I will be doing like raffles and different things for those that subscribe to me. I appreciate, just to show my appreciation for you actually appreciating as well as supporting me. But hey, Evans, what's going on? How are you?
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I stepped in and was listening. I was just trying to read the room a little bit.
Hey, Jules.
Kind of sounds like everybody is in agreement on one side. So if you guys don't mind, I might give a different perspective from what you guys have been sharing so far. Um, my brother Mark was making the point that the men need to step up and uh, do more. And I totally agree. To a certain degree, some men do need to step up and do more. But when we speak, okay, let me put it like this: when I speak of one side, I always get this pushback, and that pushback is always, "Well, that ain't all." Well, I'm gonna be that guy today. That certainly is not all. You see, what happens is when someone speaks out of one side of their faith, it's only because they have a an experience on that side, and that's how you look at things. Yeah, guys, you need to step it up. Well, let me give you a different perspective. The women absolutely need to step it up. The women absolutely need to do better. Yeah, you're not paying enough child support to take care of the child fully, but a lot of people are taking that little bit of child support that you're giving and just
Hey,
getting the
Meg, girl,
hair,
what's going on?
nails, and the club clothes done. Does that make sense? So it's definitely a two-way street. The guy's got to step it up, but let's be real. There's a lot of women that's taking complete and full advantage of whatever dollars they're getting, and they need to step it up as well.
But why are we?
But
But
the
as
thing
a
is,
man, why are you
it's fun.
sleeping with that type of woman? If you with a woman that you feel like spending, not taking care of your child, and we got to stop doing it, making excuses. Like, why are you sleeping with those type of women? Like, I'm not doing that.
So let me
Right.
let me intercept this
I
real
agree
quick
with you.
because there's a woman that nobody really just gives any commentary to at all, and I absolutely am that. So I have a second child that I planned with a friend of mine, and he's not on child support. He don't support that child, not in a financial way, and it's not because he can't. But I'm a whole mother out here that wanted a second child because I wanted her. There was no relationship, and I don't need his help financially. So regardless of court, people, opinions, all the rest of this, he emotionally supports that child. If I ever needed him for anything, I could call him and he'd be here in as fast as he could get here. But there are mothers out here that have partners that don't want, don't need, and will not accept child support. I'm not going to put a damper on your pockets. I'm not going to put a damper on your life because I consciously made the decision to have that child and am able to raise that child by myself without financial help or causing any burden. Nobody ever talks about that woman. Like, I don't understand why it's such a damper as to where this money is going. If this woman is in sole custody of this child and you pay child support to her, how that money is being spent, if that woman is not happy, that child won't be happy. So even if it is hair and nails, what of it?
Well,
What's going on, Dust Select? How are you?
Because she's still putting a roof over that child's head. And like I said, if you paying under $500 a month, I don't want to hear you crying about where the money go. If that child got a roof over their head, if that mother has a car to take that child back and forth to wherever she needs to go, if that child has clothes on their back, if that child is eating every day, and you paying less than $500 a month, you have no right to cry about where the money goes. Because obviously, that money is going toward the child. Because $500 a month or less is not enough to take care of a child. You have no right to complain or even ask that question.
But I don't understand why when a person's I don't understand why when a man pays child support, he immediately feels like that's the only income that mother gets. So when you see her nails done, you immediately think that it's your money. When you see my hair done, you think it's your money.
You would think they was paying. You would think they was paying $20,000 a month. Like I paid $1,500, and I never asked that question.
Bi-weekly or monthly. No. So when it comes out weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, you have to understand that woman has other means, even if she don't have a job. A lot of times,
because you're not paying enough to take care of everything.
On it to make sure that their bills are taken care of. So even if she takes you may pay $1,000. She may spend that whole $1,000 in the house, right? And she may have somebody else that she's dealing with that maybe keep her nails and stuff done. But you immediately get to thinking that now that $1,000, since she don't work, you're thinking she's taking care of him with $1,000. You thinking she's taking care of this with $1,000. My thing is, you fail to realize that it takes more than that $1,000 to raise a kid. So if you got a problem with that $1,000, and a lot of men, I've noticed that if you put them on child support, unlike you all, when you put them on child support, when they send that child support payment, you can't get them to do nothing else. They'll say, baby, I sent my money.
Take it out of child support. Yeah. I would never tell my daughter. My daughter would never hear that from me because I think that is so wrong. Never, ever, ever with my daughter.
All of y'all have exquisite points on that. But I look at it like this.
Well, you guys all have an agreeing point of view. You want to hear a opposing point of view?
Understanding is the best thing. It's both of you all's child. Understanding is the best thing. Do you want to be a father to your child and let your child know you took care of it, that you was there? Or do you want to bicker back and forth with this woman like, what you doing with my money? Me, myself, I needed money in prison. I needed money. But guess what? My child came first. I didn't sit in prison crying at night and wondering what she's doing with the money, whether she's spending on another man. Obviously, I had it. I'm spending money from prison.
And I give you props for that. I mean, she's still trying to be that.
Okay. Well, again, in this conversation,
hold on a minute, Mr. Evans. It's 2 minutes under adulterated men that think that a woman needs to step up to a plate. Let's not forget, men was here first to be the bearer and the backbreaker. The woman was put here to support. We turned the woman into what she was, just like Adam and Eve in the garden. You know what I'm saying? All this, I mean, it's all, you know, it's really no way to determine the factors of it. But if you live life and you live your life by the factors of, I made the decision to lay down with this woman. I knew this woman. I knew who I was dealing with. I knew what she was capable of. You know yourself. You know what you're capable of. What we need to stop doing, and I'm not being anti-man social, I just tell the truth. We need to stop blaming women for all fuck-ups and all faults.
How do you know what your child sees of the
money? I'm a truth teller as well. Derek, let me get this out, please.
Okay.
I'm a truth teller myself. And here's the deal. When we talking about a a conversation like such, we all have to speak in generalities because we don't have the time to speak of every specific situation, right? So when the words are said, you don't want to hear it from a man about what they're doing with the money. Well, there's a reason why you have to hear it from a man about what they're doing with the money. And it's because there are those women that aren't doing what they should be doing. For instance, the woman that was on the video, you all know about the viral video where she was requiring one dad to pay McDonald's for all the children, and she had, I believe it was 3 other baby dads that should have been responsible for it, but the children did not have food to eat. So when food is not there, she, like Derica said, she should have money come from elsewhere. Apparently not. She should have resources from somewhere else. Apparently not. She should have had maybe another baby daddy come through with money for the food for children. Apparently not. So you can't just take a person's point of view and just make it invalid by making a blanket statement saying, "Oh, well, I don't want to hear it." Well, damn it, you got to hear it because there are women out here that's taking complete advantage of, yes, the money that they're getting. Am I
But you're
way
still
off, or am I
responsible.
making at least a little
No,
bit of
but
sense?
just like I
No,
saw
you're
that
right.
McDonald's video. I saw that McDonald's
Mr.
video.
Evans.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but if you saying this woman had all those kids, I saw the video. He's still responsible for sleeping with that type of woman. At the end of the day, like I'm me personally, I'm not sleeping with that type of woman. The woman I sleep with, she's going to be mature, and I know that I don't have to worry about that. So we still have a responsibility. Not saying it's right, but we both parties have responsibility. And me personally, I'm not gonna get caught in that situation because I'm not sleeping with that type of woman.
But you
So
know what?
Nathan, are
I
you
mean,
saying 450 goes to her and the rest of it goes to the state? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
that what
I'm
happened to
sorry,
State
I just
Teacher.
want to understand what you're saying. But also, Evan, I understand that there are a lot of women that are not handling the funds correctly that come into the house. But again, like I
Absolutely.
said, but you have to understand that $600 a month is nothing for a kid. So you want to hold tight to your $600 and worry about what I do with $600. Do you honestly feel like $600 takes care of your kid, even if it's $1,000, regardless of how the mother did it?
Then we can
She has
go
a
back to
roof.
what Mark just said.
Wait. Regardless of how she's doing it, there's a roof over the child's head. There's food in the child's mouth. The child bathes and has clothes every day. The child has emotional support from the mom. She may have a bad day. I may rock her to sleep. I may go get in the bed with her and go to sleep because she had a bad dream. I get up, I walk her to school, or I drive her to school, or I walk her to the bus and all that. And you think $1,000 can pay for all that?
Yeah,
look,
what I am
Miss
saying
Miss
is
T,
No.
I'm going to
I
reiterate
want you to first answer that. I want you to
that.
get to what you're saying, but I want
Yes,
you to first answer.
it
A
may not
thousand
cover it.
dollars pays for all that.
It may not cover it, but in the
Okay.
words of Mark Williams, she should have chosen better. He just said the
but you know
man
what?
should have
Let
chosen
me
The
better.
correct
both
that.
The
of you should
woman
Let
have
me
has
correct
chosen
the,
that.
better.
the very
Hold on,
same
I
responsibility.
said that
He should
both
have
people
let
have
me
it.
chosen
Both
correct
people
that
have it.
before y'all evaluate on what I said. Let me correct what I said because obviously it didn't come across right. My
What?
thing is just like you were just talking about that video, Mr. Evans, about your child is there. You making sure your child got a roof over their head. What's the difference in you sending money to make sure your child got a roof over their head and the rest of the children there too? Than saying, you know what, they dads might not step up. There's a saying that say, "We one want, one will." I'm thinking about the children. I'm not thinking about what I'm losing their kids. They're not responsible for nothing. If I buy my child some need and he there with them, I'm gonna get them something to eat too. Straight up.
But you
I
know
mean,
what?
that's just
I can
Responsibility.
respect that.
And I think that it goes back to your original question, Ms. Derica, about would I want my son to engage with a woman with children? And I feel like that's where responsible choices need to be made, because if that woman had 3 other children that she's using as pawns to manipulate multiple men into multiple streams of income, my son don't need to be laid up with that type of woman, period. That's where a
Thank
level
you.
of discernment needs to come into play. Because I don't
Hey,
believe that it was
P7,
that
how are
father's
you?
responsibility to feed the rest of them kids.
Hey,
And it's no slight
Steve,
to
how
them
are you?
kids. It's a beautiful
Hey,
thing if
Bingo, how are
baby
you?
daddy number 4 wants to
Hey,
come in and
Watermoon, how are
feed
you?
all the rest of them children.
Hey,
But is
Jennifer,
that his
you back?
responsibility? Absolutely not. And I'm not going to hold
Boba,
the
what's
brother
going on?
accountable for that. Because as they mother, You need to make a way for them children. You don't get to just keep dumping that on the next person that you done made babies with. That's not on them.
What's going on, Remy Beauty? How are you?
Okay, I'm finna address Mr. Nathan. Mr. Nathan, since you in the comments, I'm finna tell you something. You say you sent 700. You said 700 to child support, right? You say 450 to see that your child, but you got to think about it. The state is giving your child Medicaid for this to go to the doctors and all that. You got to pay that back. You, the person who paying child support, got to pay the state back for the Medicaid that they're giving the free Medicaid that they're giving out to the child. You got so when you paying that $700, they taking their money out of it and they taking what they portion of their
Here's
money
Place. What's going on?
that they get that they giving that child Medicaid, free doctor's appointment, free eyeglasses, free dental care, and all that other stuff through the state. They get their money back from you through the child
Well,
And
like
support.
that
he says his
and that
child is
might
on
make
his
me sense,
insurance,
Miss
so he
Red, because
says
I
his
was
child is
wondering
not
because
receiving Medicaid.
I'm in Texas and my daughter's mom she would get it all, and I was wondering that because I also had to carry my daughter on my insurance, so I wonder is that why she got it all, but she wasn't getting cut like that. She was getting the 1,500, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know where he is where it gets cut. A lot of times, if it's getting cut like that, Nathan, regardless of the fact, somewhere along the lines, before you started paying that child support, or before things were split, the accurate way about the child support and the income coming to that mother and that child, apparently she was receiving some type of government assistance.
Assistance.
So
Yes.
if the state is keeping any parts of that money, they're keeping it to pay back what she was given prior to you starting to pay child support. Even though you may have been paying it for some time, she may have been getting some type of assistance prior to when you stepped in, or when all that got set into the system. But I do understand what you're saying. You want your child to receive everything that you have to give to your child. But put it this way, if the state is taking it, is there a problem with the fact that, so do you still do for your child outside of the child support, or is that all that the child gets? Also, court order for them to be on your insurance. Okay. Yeah, because like I say, Quiet Storm, I never heard of that unless they're paying back something that was given by the state. Oh, when they argue that, they will say my kid and all the type of stuff. That is true. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
They do that, but a lot of times they do that for absent fathers. If the father is present, that's not flying with him. My child, he gonna be like, no, you a lie. Our child, he gonna correct her. So only time she throw that my in is if the father is not always present. Because any real man who's present is not gonna let that my fly. I've heard of it in my system. Right. I mean, they do, like I said, they do pay back. They do pay back to the system. You know what I'm saying? But if the system is keeping any parts of that money, trust me, you may not know she was getting assistance somewhere, but she was getting it somewhere. The state is not just keeping your money if they're not paying back anything that's owed to the state.
Programs too, because it's not always Medicaid and food stamps and stuff like that. Daycare is I'm in Texas.
Yeah.
And what do they call it? Neighborhood centers. I used to work for a company that, like
CCMS. CCMS is what they pay for, like for child care and stuff like that.
Right.
They
That's
want
what I'm
all
saying.
that money
Like,
back.
we processed child support. So if you pay $500 and that daycare is $125 a week, they're gonna cut that right off the top before she ever sees that money, because daycare is not free and it's expensive. Even if you get it at a discount, somewhere the money is going for that child some kind of way. It don't just magically disappear.
Right. And so what were you
At the end
saying,
of the day,
Evans?
we just
Evans was saying something before he muted out.
I just think at the end of the day,
Vivian, what's going on?
we just need to be. It's about the children, and so I think sometimes we didn't realize. I mean,
Hey,
we just
Bella.
have to make sacrifices, and that once you have a child, I mean, that's what it's about. I don't care what you have to spend, whether in child support or whatever. The child is the most important thing, and we have to make those sacrifices.
He's on the court before
The only pushback
bringing
I
up the
would give
kid.
to that is
Yeah,
once again it's the overall word that you use. I don't care, and when you don't care, you got to understand how many men over the
right,
years have
Bubba.
been truly affected by that ideology that I don't care. Far too many people have said to black men, I don't care. And we hear it time and time again to ad nauseum, but the women aren't being told, I don't care. So guess what? The woman is empowered to continue the same bad behavior because the men are being dragged through the court, told you better pay for it, you better do this, or you're going to go to jail, you better do this, or we're going to take your license, you better do this. And the man is being dragged, the woman is being emboldened, and the bad behavior continues. We're not doing
And
anyone any favors by taking one side or the other. You literally have to go down the
But
middle and say,
why do
hey,
you feel like
young
child
lady,
support is taken aside? I'm just asking you that question. Why do you feel like
no,
child support is taken aside?
I said you're taking the time because you said the words, I don't care. We have to care for everyone. Everyone in the
No,
situation.
but paying child support does not mean you don't count. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why do you feel like if a man is on child support, why is that taken aside? Because
I didn't say child
money is
support
being
was.
taken out of your check to take care of your child. That's what I'm lost on.
I didn't say child support was taken aside. I said the words that you use, I don't care. You have to care. We have to approach the conversation as sensitively as we approach it for the women. Men are not just pawns. We matter. You get what I'm saying?
but Jennifer made a great
In
point.
other
Men
words,
I'm
you
are
would
saying.
not
shown.
have used the word I don't care if you was talking about the mother. You
I
said
don't
I
care.
don't care.
I'm lost. I don't care about what. I'm lost. What are you talking about?
Jennifer made a
You
great
would
point. Women are
you
shown that men
Yes, she
don't
did.
care because they leave the responsibility to the mom. So when you leave, are you not showing me that you don't care? But even though when you saying don't care, that's a lie about the system. The system, yeah, you may put him on child support, but the system don't do shit to y'all men. Let me tell
So
you
excuse me?
something.
that
Excuse me?
The system
The
still
system don't
is
put men in
against us.
jail for
Do
child
you know?
support?
Man,
The
let me tell you
system
something.
don't take your driver's
My
license and make
daughter's
it
father,
literally impossible
my
to make
daughter's
income?
father was on child support. Do
But
you know
why would
how
they take
many
you to jail if you're
days,
paying your child support?
how
That's what I'm
many
trying to understand.
days I missed from work showing up to court and he didn't show up? But the first time after a while, after they kept rescheduling because he wasn't showing up, they rescheduled one time and I refused to take off from work. They wanted to penalize me. You want me to miss work, to sit in a courtroom all day, and when he don't show up, you just gonna reschedule. But when I don't show up, it's a problem. Baby, I'm not about to keep missing work for you to pacify him and
Jan
keep
Smith, so
rescheduling.
true.
My
There are
thing, you
women
talking
that
about
pay child support as
he'll go
well.
to jail. Baby, my daughter's father didn't pay nothing the whole time up until she got grown. He never saw a day in jail behind no child support. He even had a family member call me and tell me his new address where he was residing because I never seen him for years. I hadn't seen him for years. I called child support and gave them his new address. You know what she said to me? Have you been there? Have you seen him at this address? Ma'am, I don't fuck with him. How am I gonna see him at the address? When I
I
don't
think
talk to him, I don't deal with him, I don't visit him. This address is given to me from a family member of his. She told me she cannot put that address in. She could not even have a constable go out to verify it because I couldn't confirm the address that I'm giving to her.
I
But
think
yet I
another
miss a
thing
court date. I have a problem.
I think another thing that gets lost in translation when it comes to child support is the custody aspect. And we kind of talked about this before Ms. Evans got in here. There is a time and responsibility constraint that comes with with being a custodial parent. Yeah, you pay child support, but time is invaluable. You can get up and go middle of the night. You want a milkshake? You can do that. We can't do that
Yes.
with little kids.
And
There is no
it's a
more.
lot that goes into it.
That's
It's a
what I'm
They
lot.
do
saying.
go on.
Like,
I ain't never
it's so
seen it.
much more than
Come on
money.
over here.
It's a lot.
You pay your $1,000. Okay, that's cool. But what about time?
real
can
quick,
work
you're
any
you're, you're
shift and
speaking of
schedule.
time like it's a negative thing. Is that a negative thing or is it a positive thing?
I'm
No,
not
she's
talking
saying,
about the
what about
negative thing.
spending time with your
What
kids?
I'm
Y'all
I,
working
I
saying
so
is
much.
this.
What
I
about
get
the
what she's
time?
saying. I'm just trying to quantify exactly what kind of value are you giving to it, because I can
You can't
spin it
quantify it.
completely
Do
That's
you
the
around and
have
point that
do
say,
you
I'm
have
trying
you
to
kids,
know
make.
what,
Mr.
the
Evans?
man is losing because he doesn't have that time.
Do
See,
you
if
have
a
kids,
man
Mr. Evans?
truly, oh well, if you're gonna talk about me, I'm married, I have children, I don't have any of this. This is not part of my life. I'm taking the opposite position of what I'm not speaking of personal experience at all. I'm
Mm,
speaking
okay,
intellectually about what
That's
men go through.
cool.
That's all I'm
Hey,
saying. That's not
Jules.
my
It's
Hey,
life at all.
Jules.
speculative. It's speculative.
I'm
so you
sorry.
don't you
The experience you're
okay.
talking out the other side of your face, brother. You don't. There's no
No,
foundation to substantiate your claim.
no,
I'm telling you.
there's an absolute foundation. What it is I am aware of what men go through. I don't have to experience it in order to understand what they go through. So
But do you not?
believe me,
Okay, so
I
you're not
hear enough of
experiencing
these
what they're
stories.
going through, but you feel it. But so
Never
do
have.
you? Why do
Right.
you not have the same empathy for a woman and what she's going through in reference to this situation? I
I
could see
do.
if
I do.
you have that same feeling for both sides.
I
See,
do.
I
That's what
don't
I'm
feel
telling
like
you.
one side is greater than the other. I feel like
No,
we
they're
have
not.
deadbeat mothers just like we have deadbeat fathers.
That's
You
what I'm
feel
Exactly.
like,
explaining. I do, Derica. I do. I see both sides. I
Because there are
told you when
bad
I
mothers
first
out there
walked in,
too.
I was reading the room.
mm,
Everybody in the boxes was all on the men. So I took the
oh,
men's side. I can make an adequate um disagreement with what it is that I'm saying. I'm just taking the opposite position because if you have 6 people in a box and everybody look at the same point of view, what conversation are you having here?
Yeah, and I wouldn't on the men because, like I said, I'm just saying from a man that pays child support. That's all I'm saying. But I get it. You do have bad mothers out there, but I'm saying nobody forces
I
us to have
call them
sex.
deadbeat all the
I get it. You do have bad mothers out there, but I'm saying nobody forces
I
us to have
call them
sex.
deadbeat all the time, but
Yeah, I mean, but you got mothers that pay child support as well. I got a cousin that she pays child support. She's a traveling nurse. She pays child support, so it can go both ways. And I mean, nobody forces us to have sex. I'm gonna get married in next week. We've been together 2 years, never had sex. Nobody forces you to have sex. And that's what I'm saying. It's just
And
you
it's
have
not
to make.
just
We
sex,
have to
but
make judgment.
irresponsible sex. Irresponsible
That's what
sex.
I'm saying. And that goes on both parties. But if I
congratulations
if
on
I
that
go if I
marriage
go
for
have
real.
sex if I go have sex with a woman tomorrow and I have a kid, I'm just say I've met her in a bar. I don't know nothing about her. She get pregnant. I can't then go to trip, but saying she trash, she this and that because I made that decision.
Right.
Y'all men do call women bad mothers, deadbeat mothers, and then y'all call us the H word and all that other stuff. Y'all
What's the
call
H word?
women that.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading inside reading the comments.
No, I do agree. There is not enough conversation on absentee
Oh,
mothers.
I know him, Larry.
Yeah, there are absentee mothers out there, and I mean there are. It's a young lady I'm talking to right now.
Right.
I met on this app, and her the child, well, the grandmother's raising the child, the mom's on drugs. I mean, I get it. It is there are both sides that you know what I'm saying out there, but we were just talking about. I guess the conversation was single moms, and then we went into child support. And I get there are more men on child support than women, but there are women that are on child support as well. And even the women that are on child support, I just don't feel like child support is a bad thing. Take care of a child, whether you're a woman or a man. That's the way I look at it.
Child support, in essence, should be a positive thing, but they have changed it and
Hey,
perverted
Stuff.
it into a
Hey,
bully,
Skippy
basically.
Kid.
So, for instance, a mother may know that she has a baby father that's doing everything that he can do or should do for that child, and she can turn around and place that man on child support out of spite because maybe, just maybe, he moved on to another woman. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of examples of that, where a woman
Yes.
uses child support as basically a tool to hurt the man. It's not always what it was meant to be. It came out as a fashion of making a man accountable, and now it has become a fashion of making a man a victim. We have guys being thrown in jail that simply don't have the money to pay child support. How in the world would he be able to pay? How will he do it? If he's in jail, he can't find a job. if he's losing his driver's license, he can't find a job. Don't you guys just be honest
But
about it.
I got a
Do
you
simple
you
have to
answer
think
to
that's
that.
a
understand how
positive
But
far it
Evans,
Don't,
let
goes
don't,
recommendation
before
to
Dr.
they
Josh,
file
I got a
make
go
a
simple
in
answer to
demand
jail.
for
that.
How
child
far
support?
it
Don't
goes
have
before they
sex.
take their driver license. It's
I
not
got a
after
simple
But
answer to
missing
that.
one
they
Don't
don't.
payment.
have
That's what I'm
sex.
saying.
It's not
They
after
don't take
missing
it after.
two.
everybody's
They
talking at
don't
once.
take it
I
right
can
after.
only hear one at a time.
They
Let
don't
me see
take it
what
instantly. If you miss one payment or two payments,
Right.
they don't
That's an
take it
excuse,
instantly.
Evans.
Because I
That's
know
an excuse
people that.
because they
So
don't take
Evans,
his
let me ask
driver
you a
license
question.
immediately.
Yes, sir.
Evans,
And
let me
they
ask you
don't
a
throw him
question.
in jail immediately. It's
Let me ask you a
time that has
question.
gone on and he has refused and he has not made that payment. So during all that time, he had a chance to find a job. He had a
Right.
chance to get his driver's license. He had a
Right.
chance to do all that.
Okay.
So Evan, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question then. So just say you have a man or a woman, right?
What
Hmm.
That
happened
is
to your
not
brother,
take
Larry?
that is not paying anything, that's not giving anything to their child because we know they're out there. They don't give anything to the mom or dad that's raising their child. What? So you're saying that they should never go put them on child support? Or what do you think they should do at that point?
Absolutely not. Put him on child support. Put
Okay,
him on child support. I
so
am
we
not.
do agree.
I'm not. Again, don't think I'm being completely one-sided here. I'm just saying that it's a perverted system. The system is not doing what it was intended to do. It's
Right.
just not.
Water
It's not.
Moon, there's something else in
It
there.
was not intended to punish the man. It was intended to push him towards paying or at least remaining accountable to that child. That's what it's for. But
Yeah,
it's not what is being done anymore. Now it's being used as a tool. I can use an example of my own sister who had a man, well, her children's father, she used to be the husband, but he moved on, he got married, and it wasn't until he got married where the sex stopped between them. He actually took his marriage seriously and the sex stopped. At that point, she went balls to the wall, hitting him with child support, complaining, wanting, and when he got married, she was making more money than him. So she went back for a reevaluation so they can raise it. It was just constant retaliation.
Right.
Should
But
there
there
not
are
should
some.
there not
There
be
are some
a
that go do it for retaliation. There
yes,
are.
and should
yeah.
there not be some kind of level of fairness there? I think it should be. I think it
But
should be
even
looked at with a critical eye instead of just okay, just close your eyes. He's on child support. Okay, hit him with this. Oh, what next? All right, take his license. All right, well, throw him in jail. None of these things fixes that relationship.
I
Look,
understand what you're saying, but
if I
even
had
in
it
that,
my way, I
they
would say
still only take a
everybody
certain
stay together.
percentage.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
They still only can take a certain percentage of your income.
I agree.
So no matter what, whatever reason, just say no matter if I hate my daughter's mom, just say if I was raising my child, by you know what I'm saying, I put my daughter's mom on child support. No matter what I felt about her, they're only gonna take a percentage of her income.
Correct.
So it's not like I can make them take 80%. Not even you know what I'm saying. Even if she went and got with a dude and I didn't like it and I wanted all of her money, I can't make them take 90% of her income. It's only a certain percent of the income that
Right.
they're gonna take, whether it's a
Correct.
They
man
take
or a
So
30%.
woman.
there's
They take
certain
30.
ways,
No, it's
Yeah.
40% of their
So
disposable income. My
but
thing
there's
is that
certain
even
ways
if the
that you
mother
can get
does
more.
go
That's
into
what
the
I'm saying.
court and ask for an increase because he got a raise, why is she wrong for that? But I've seen a lot of.
she's
I
Well,
not.
have seen a lot
That's
of
what I'm saying.
women. I have seen women go in there and ask for an increase. And guess what? When they
And get
walked out,
denied.
that child support went down because his
Down.
income
Right.
So it did.
is
It
not what
went
it used to
down.
be,
Right.
right. But
or he has other children. If a
if
man
you're
has
aware that he
children,
gets
other
married,
children, they put all the children in that equation when they do that calculation. So that mama, while she trying to be slick, upset because he now had a baby with somebody else, want to now go back into the court to see if she can cause him some other problems. A lot of times she going in and she actually calls herself the problem.
That's a problem, yeah.
Okay.
right?
Look, I
Well,
want to
this is
address the
the
comment.
example that
So
I would give. That
Babute
for
said 40% is a lot. So just say if you make $1,000 a week
Hey,
and
Denise.
you're saying 40% of that would be $400 a week.
Mm-hmm.
And the mom, just say the mom makes $1,000 for 40%. She's gonna spend. I mean, she's gonna spend just about the same amount or more on that child. So why is 40%? Why do you think 40% is too much? When if that child is living in the house with you, you're probably gonna spend that much or more on that child.
But they ain't gonna spend that whole $1,000 on check. Cause baby, us mothers, when we cash these
Because
checks
I'm
that we
saying you got
have
to
or when
think
they
about the car
deposit,
that you're
trust me, a
driving.
lot of them broke before the next paycheck,
Yeah,
even
you
before
got
the
to
next
think
Yeah.
check.
about the car that you're driving, the gas to get the kid around, the house. Like I said, food,
What's lies for
everything.
Finette?
So I'm saying, why do you think if you're taking 40% from the mom, 40% from the dad, why do you feel like that's too much? Because if you're in that house, you're gonna spend that. You're gonna
Before the
spend
taxes.
40%. I don't
Probably
know what
more
exact
than
amount
that.
of child support.
Because my son, when he was little, my son was 9 months, like he was 2 years old. My sons know how to eat. Boys know how to eat. They eat.
I got
And
two
they eat like
two
grown, they
girls
eat
right
like
here,
grown
and
men.
they eat. So that's what I'm
They
saying.
eat like grown men. And 40%, what you talking about, $400? My child will eat $400 in one day.
Yeah.
Shit. No, that's some bullshit. That ain't happening. I don't give a damn how much child support I get. You ain't finna eat no $400. No one. You
Your
better sit your
child
ass
eat
down.
$400 in a day. I gotta know
I
what
mean,
kind
I
of
know
diet
she
they're on.
exaggerating, but I'm still just like, no.
But
Use a
About
child support agent for 6 years.
let's be
So is
real
it
about
$40%?
$400. If it's school shopping season, and I take you out and buy you 2 pairs of sneakers, 4 pairs of pants, 5 shirts, which is about typical, and then take you to lunch afterwards, we done blown the shit out of $400. Ain't finna bust a grape in that fruit fight. And I
yeah,
don't
but
buy
that's
Right.
not
Jordan.
eating.
I
That's not
buy
eating.
Pumas, I buy Chuck Taylor, so you got $65 for 2 pairs of Chucks, $130. You got
Hey, not
pants,
to cut
even if I
anybody
get her
off.
some
I
Converse.
appreciate y'all. I gotta go. So Evans,
Thank
sorry,
you.
Professor,
All right.
Give me a
everybody, I gotta
follow.
go.
You will give
I
me a
definitely
follow and
will.
I'll follow you back. I think I
Hey, I
followed you.
appreciate everybody, Mr. Evans, everybody that came. I appreciate the conversation. Y'all have a good one.
For sure. But no, that's a real sentiment, even at inexpensive levels. Because,
Right.
like I
Yeah.
said, we're not even talking about Jordans. It's about $70 a pair for sneakers, $140 for 2 pairs. Pants about $15-$20 a pair. You getting 4 pairs, that's $80. We done spent $225
Professor,
right here.
Professor, Professor,
Shirts, hoodies, jackets.
to be fair, our community have struggled with this for so long, and that's one of the perils of our community. We are worried about Jordans and expensive shoes, and if they are not living in that tax bracket, get the hell out of those stores. We got to do better. We can't put that pressure on the dad to have to fund unreasonable expenses. That is ridiculous. If you
I
don't have that kind of money, lady, you shouldn't be buying these clothes. If you don't have that kind of money, sir, they should not be pushing the children to wear. We have done a disservice to our own community.
Right.
So when we sit here and say $400 on clothes, okay, if you can afford it. But if you can't afford
Let
it,
me tell you
don't buy
something.
that stuff and put that
My
pressure on that
kids, my
man's
kids
back.
had every pair of Jordans that came out, but guess what? It wasn't from their dad. It was from their mama. I got up every day, went to work, busting my ass. One thing about it is my kids' father didn't do nothing, but one thing I'm not accustomed to is begging nobody to do nothing either. And I didn't down their fathers in front of them, because one thing about it is when a child grows up, a child is gonna see what you're doing and what you're not doing. I don't have to put that out there. They not crazy. They know you're absent. They see mama struggling. They see mama doing everything and all that. So I don't have to paint a picture for you. You see the picture. You see
Right.
he's not present. You see, I'm going to work. I'm working overtime. Your granny picking you up from school. I'm picking you up from your granny house. You seen times when I'm working late at night. I'm working through the night, working third shift jobs, and you at a 24-hour daycare when you could be at home with your daddy sleeping. Yeah, they see all that. But see, it's okay. But you want to say that these kids don't have to wear Jordans. If he can wear Jordans every day, then his child should be able to wear Jordans every day. See, I'm not a Jordan fan. But what's good for him is good for his kid, even in his absence. So if that $400 is stopping you from buying the newest Jordans, then guess what? That's on you, sir.
Yeah.
You knew you had a kid, and you knew that there were responsibilities for having a kid. And the mother does too. But 9 times out of 10,
Okay.
the kid is left with the mother. Then there are situations where the kid is left with the father, but most of the time the kid is left with the mother. And what, Boba, what? I'm not clear on what you mean by what. You're right.
Yeah,
Fashion is choice. You don't have to go out and buy every pair of Jordans that come out. I did it because I could do it. I didn't have a problem doing it. I didn't lack in my bills. I didn't lack in car payments. I didn't lack in nothing because that's just what I wanted for my children. And I wasn't calling his number. I wasn't calling child support every day. I did what I had to do.
Right. So from your point of view, that can be obtained, but that the idea that you were able to do it, others aren't able to do it. They're not able to do it. So if they can't get the joy, they just can't get it. Not everybody can do what you can, Erica. Not everybody. We need to
and I understand
live
that.
by the old adage, you buy what you can afford. Stop thinking just because that man is wearing a pair of Jordans, you have no idea where he got it. You don't know how he got it. The child does not have to.
Now you don't know where
he got it, but now you worried about how the woman nails are done.
Well, I'm not worried about that.
How her is done, but you worried about how she get it done. But we don't have to worry about how he gets it done.
Right, because he's not getting the money from her. He's not getting money from her. She's getting
anything. But as long as I have a child,
we're not talking about you particularly.
Anything that you send here, I'm not getting nothing from you.
Yeah, because my twin father died when my daughter was 2 years old and my son was 9 months. And I've been working there since I was 14 years old. I own my own daycare, so I don't need him to. My husband is deceased, and I was married to him for 8 years.
Who worried about
anybody understand?
My kids have everything that I told them they taken care of. And I don't have to back you up. They're talking about that. We talking about child support or whatever.
Hey, beautiful.
I see what my daughter going through. My daughter going through. She going through it. Yeah, and then she got baby daddies, and none of them is part of the kid's life. So yes, she put them on child support. It ain't got nothing about dealing with no other man, no other woman, or whatever. He got something to do with it. He got to take care of his kids. She laid on top of her and got her pregnant. So you got her pregnant. So the baby here, you got to take care of your responsibility.
Miss Red, you don't put any of this on her decision making?
What decision making? How she gonna know that he was a deadbeat? How she know that there was deadbeat? They took care of the kids when he was with her. When he left in the book. Let me finish. You won't let me finish, sir. So let me finish, damn it. Please let me finish. They took care of their kids when they with her. When the relationship broke up and all that, they left. I got one of them went back to Michigan. And when she tried to call him and tell him that his kids need it, because he got 2 kids here with her. When she called him, told him that his kid need this, his kid need that, he lied and said, I'm sending some money to you. I'm cash apping you some money. And the money never came there. And I told her, stop begging him, put it behind him on child support. Put it behind him on child support. The government will make him pay for his kids. Y'all men make excuses. Y'all always thinking y'all always putting this fault on the woman. But she gave him 7 chances. She said she didn't want to do that. She said, Mama, I don't want to do that. I don't want to put them on child support. But y'all lay on top of these women to get these women behind wet, and then y'all give them wet dreams. Or I'm gonna take care of my child if we break up. Because that's what he told her. If we break up, I'ma still be there for my child. Where he at? Nowhere to be found. And he gave her 2 babies, a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old. And I'm happy to take care of him.
James,
so where he at? He ain't nowhere to be found. So don't come on this out. Don't come in this live saying trying to root for men when this deadbeat man's out there. And I know it. My daughter is right now struggling to take care of what she needs to take care of, and she has to ask her mama to help her out.
How many baby daddies?
So
I have 2 baby daddies.
Ms. Red, is it your statement that you prefer not have an opposite opinion? Because if not, I can just be quiet.
I'm not saying that you couldn't have an opposite opinion. It's deadbeat moms out there.
We need to have
because my mom was one of them. When I was growing up, my mom was one of them. My grandmama had to raise me. My mom was one of them. But I'm just trying to tell you, I know both sides. But you always talking about about the man, about trying to defend these men. Y'all these women ain't good out here. These deadbeat mamas ain't no good out here, and these deadbeat daddies ain't no good. I was on both sides. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh.
But I can't say nothing against my dad, because my dad took care of me. My dad did what he supposed to did for me. but my mom was nowhere to be found. So I know how both sides. So I'm on both perspectives. I know what both coming. But see, I never had that problem with my husband. My son is 26 years old, and his daddy still take care of him beyond the grave. So I don't have that problem. My husband dead and gone, but he still take care of his son.
I don't hate when men talk, but I don't. Not at all.
But when you overtalk, no, I got upset because you overtalked me and wouldn't let me hear my opinion, wouldn't let me say anything. So I'm like, let me talk. Because I know about both sides. I have an opinion. I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect you, Derek. I didn't mean to disrespect your life, but I feel like we all of us should have since you got all of us in this box, all of us should have a chance to talk. I've been
Okay.
listening to
So,
I've been listening to this bull crap, and he don't even have no
hey,
kids.
Sonya, what's going on? Hey, Bama, country boy, how are you? Evans, so what were you about to say, Evans?
Once again, in order for you to have this conversation, a lot of times it's more profitable to make it not personal, because when you have personal opinions about something, it's possible. I'm not saying that you are. It's possible to become irrational because it is personal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I stated earlier, I'm not talking about my life. This isn't my life at all. If you know anything about me, I have no child support, no issues like that in my life at all. It's not internal for me. It's not personal for me. I could have came in here and took up for the women. I am basically offering an outside perspective from what I saw in 5 boxes. That's why I sat, I listened to what y'all had to say, and I offered an opposite opinion. I'm not against women. All I have is 2 daughters. I have nothing against women. I have a wife I've been with for 30 years. I have absolutely nothing against women. I'm offering an opposing opinion. But I
Evan,
don't mean to get anyone upset. I don't mean to get anyone to feel bad about it. That's not what I want to do.
I
That's all
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
really
but you know what?
this
I don't feel
question
like you're
because
trying to have anyone feel bad about it. But you have to understand that even though you're jumping in and you're bringing it as a conversation piece, it is someone's truth. So
Yes.
you have to understand that
And the side that
even
I'm
though it's just a
explaining is the truth as
conversation
well,
piece for
right?
you, it hits home for some. It hits home
Right.
for others. It hits home for
Right.
some of the men in here. It hit
I
home
Right.
for
want
some of the women in here. So
But the
I
we
side
want
that
to
definitely
I'm
have
ask
to,
taking
you
we
a
is
all,
question.
real
not
too.
just you, the men, the women, we have to understand and respect the opposite side of how someone is feeling. But the thing is, we just have to make sure that we respect each other and we get our points across. Because sometimes it's not about what I see. I could have lived my life a certain way all this time. And someone could come in and hit me with something. I'll be like, you know what? I never thought about it that way. So it is a possibility. So we have to be able to be open minded, understand, and hear a person out and be willing to take their words in and see if it's something that applies to us. If not, like the lady said before, if it don't apply to you, let it fly. Don't get upset about something that he's saying. Now you can make your opinion, and I'm not speaking to anyone, but we all have to be cordial and understand that it does hit home for some. And you can't just take the fact that, oh, it's just a conversation piece for me and feel like it's going to be like that for the next person.
Well, in order for you to have an understanding, if you take something personal and get irrational, are you getting anywhere?
You right, Bama.
I
You say what?
I want to ask you this question, Evans, because I feel like it's going unanswered, and I feel like it's the common denominator here of what's not really being addressed.
Go ahead.
Yes, I agree with you that child support has been weaponized. There are instances and implementations where it is absolutely used for an instrument of harm rather than help. I agree with you wholeheartedly with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mentioned this earlier and it never got answered. And I really want to, you cannot
Hey, Brianna, Connie.
quantify
Hey,
or
Clubhouse.
monetize time. So as a married person, you say
General,
you got a
Jennifer,
couple,
are
you've
you
been with
seeing the
them.
users coming in?
How much, like, how can you place a value on the time that gets removed from this second party parent that is no longer in the house is paying the child support? So when the mother has full custody and the father is paying his child support, this person is absent from the home. You are not spending an equivocal amount of time. Your time is not constrained the same way that this custodial parent is. So how do you quantify the time that you are absent, the emotional support that does not have a price tag? As a married person, I'm sure you understand there's an amount of time and energy, emotional, physical, financial support that goes into your partner. It goes into each of your children. So if you remove that part and you put a dollar sign on it, does that dollar sign really have the ability to equivocate the emotional and the social, the stability that you provide in your household? And Judge, I'm just going to assume that you know that it does not.
That's a great question, Professor.
Okay. I thought I answered it earlier, but maybe I didn't expound on it, or maybe I got cut off. So I'll explain it now. You're saying time constraint that the guy has with the child, right? In my estimation, I wouldn't put a dollar value as it's something negative. I would say it's the exact opposite. The fact that he doesn't get to spend time with that child, it is a net negative for him. You're taking it like it's a positive for him that he has free time. I'm saying, because I am a father and I care about my children immensely, the fact that I don't have them full time, it's a negative to me. So no, there's no dollar value that I would give the woman. If anything, give me more time with my children. That's what I would
But you
say.
putting it back on you. We worried about the children.
Let me expound.
That's what you just said. People will take it personal. That was your words, Derica. So I'm doing what
but
you said.
I'm just saying. But
Derica, it was your words that said we will take it personal.
Back to the man on how
Professor, am I not taking it personal?
I'm taking it personal.
I'm taking it personal. I'm taking a personal approach to it. I would rather the time with my children. So I think it is absolutely fair the way we're looking at it.
This is what I'm saying. I am not
he ain't missing the
negating
point, y'all. He knows exactly what he's doing and saying.
Your children. That's not what I'm saying at all. On the back end of that, as above, so below. Yes, give you the necessary time. Okay, cool. But how does that impact that child? Even if you break down a week in half, 3.5 days with you, 3.5 days with her, that's going to be a lot on the child. So where this home has been broken, regardless of the impact that it has, yes, there is time missing, but that time that is missing can be utilized in a way that custodial parent does not have that option.
Right. I get that.
Opportunities then shift.
Okay.
So how do you qualify that missing? The time and the funding does not match. It will never match.
Right. It may not match, but my only point is this. Even though it would not be feasible for us to split it half and half.
What do you disagree with, Mark?
I'm sure you can't split it half and half because the child probably have to go 5 days a week to school, right? And it probably makes a lot more sense for the child to stay in one house or the other so that the schooling isn't being, discombobulated. So I get that. I'm still making the distinction that the fact that you have that child for 5 days, I am without my child for 5 days of the week. I am hurting because as a result of not having my child for 5 days, I might even have to go to counseling. I might have to get a better understanding of myself because I'm going without my child for 5 days a week. It seems like it's almost expected that, the husband or the father is supposed to be just okay with it. If I had to go 5 days without my children, I probably would be in therapy. So you just can't look at it one way and say, all men just don't care about their kids. Just give the money and let it be. No, that's not the case. Some guys really want to be a father. Maybe we split up and you think you having it for 5 days and I get them for 2 days is fair. I don't think it's fair. I think it's a net negative to that man because he doesn't have that child in his life.
Yeah. I can believe that when there's a breakup. Okay, so let me tell you. So my concern is when the breakup, and you feel a certain way because you only get to have the child 2 days after week, and I have the child 5 days after week. So now what you choose to do is you choose not to help the household that's going to have the child 5 days a week because you're upset that you feel like you should be the one having more time, or it should be split down the middle. And we know in reality that that's not going to happen when a family breaks up. Someone is going to take custodialship over the child, and someone's going to be the non-custodial parent. So my thing is, you still have to work together. I understand you have your feelings, so I'm not taking your feelings away, but again, it should be about the child. You can sit all day as a man, you can sit all day as a woman and pout about what could and should and would and what I would rather and how this and this and that. But is all that gonna come back to your kid being healthy, happy, and functional?
Right. Okay, with that being,
are you trying to say something, Diamond?
When there's a split up,
well,
what is the likelihood?
No, I was just ending what you were saying. I said, yeah, it's gonna be on the best interest of the child. Like we as parents should know where that child should be placed at its best interest. If it's with the mother, and the mother could raise that child for, because if the mother hours work along with the child, you already know right there. Just let the child be with the mother. If you working overtime too many hours and you ain't gonna be able to spend time with the child yourself, let the right parent have the child.
But 90% of the time, or probably 99%, I don't know what the percentage is, but what is the percentage of times that the women get the child and the man doesn't?
Probably 90-some% of the time. Yeah. But I can say this in defense of the men. There are a lot of women who have the custodial of their children and don't even want them. They want the benefits. They want the food stamps. They want the housing. They want this and this and that. And that's all they care about. They leave them kids at home by themselves. They do this. They go out. They have a man. It was one. I had a lady that was on here. She was upset because she said her nephew called her and said, Auntie, can you bring us something to eat? Because my mama's making us eat noodles. But she just cooked her boyfriend and his friends some steaks for the game. So some women. So I'm not saying all women are great. Oh, no, not by far am I saying that.
Right.
So it's like people have to understand
Erica,
have to look out for these children.
Now. You know you're not supposed to say that.
You're not supposed to say what?
The sisterhood gonna take your card back from you.
Ain't no sisterhood when you're being honest about a situation.
Right. I think what you just said is real.
Yeah, y'all the only ones that call each other Sims and stuff, simps and stuff when y'all don't agree stuff.
Now, I grew up in that household. It was a lot of noodles circulating. I watched my mother cook for a revolving door of individuals that wasn't my daddy. I saw them checks come and go. Learned all about Pro Wings and Airwalks, everything coming out of Payless while this lady was dipped in Gucci and gold. So I understand wholeheartedly what you're talking about, but it was the lesser of two evils. So when you get to talking about how these things are evaluated, it's unfortunate that a lot of times favor goes to what they would consider the nurturing parent, because it ain't always the truth.
Right.
It ain't. Sometimes these women are absolutely out for the bag. They're going to keep making babies to acquire a larger bag. And I've seen them do it.
I know somebody like that.
But when it gets to court and them receipts get to getting read, unfortunately, a lot of these men are not in the same position. They don't have the support. They don't have the income. They don't have the stability to maintain those children. And as a result of that, they get left with the mothers. But that is a paper trail. It ain't always the truth.
Right.
And this is why I ask, how do you put a dollar amount on an emotional support system that becomes damaged with the separation, which circles us back to the type of women that are engaging these children and the types of sons that we are raising to use their discernment on how to engage with these women.
Right.
The responsibility starts at initiate. It don't start after a child is born. When you start talking to a person, you need to be able to consciously know, like, you know what? My 135 don't match your 246. It ain't solid enough.
Mm-hmm.
The shit's made out of jello, not concrete. I can't plant seeds here. Same thing on the other side. Brothers be fine as hell. Ain't got 2 nickels to rub. They ain't got a, what grandma say? Ain't got a pot to piss or a window to throw it out of. I cannot cultivate seeds with you because you're not stable. It's not solid ground for me to build a foundation on. So we don't need to do that. Unfortunately, the flesh be weak. People be moving from hurt places. They moving from hungry places. They moving from homeless places. They moving from, oh, I wonder what I can get from him or her places. And it ends up resulting in people. And that's tragic because they be the ones that end up hurt. But all this circles back to an adult level of discernment and communication that does not happen often enough. Because people will lie to themselves for appearances.
This is the balance.
Too many women in the hoods. Too many women in the hoods have kids by guys they only know their nickname. You have to help them figure out who their goddamn baby daddy is. So, like you say, now that goes back to her. That goes back to her. You have to be accountable and responsible for who you choose to lay with and who you choose to, and especially y'all laying with these people y'all don't even know without protection. That falls on her, and it does fall on him also, because regardless of the fact that the baby goes with the mother, the father still has a child. There was a man that came on a live, and he says, the percentage of men, there are such and such percentage of men, single men out here who don't have children. I say, is that by mouth or is that by DNA? We have so many. He said there's like 60 or 70% of our black men have no children. They're fatherless. 50%. Is that 50%. By mouth or is that by DNA? Because I can walk around all day long and say I don't have no kids, and then you're gonna put me as part of the statistics. I'm gonna be a part of the number to show black men know how to control themselves, that they don't go around just birthing kids. No, y'all birth kids all the time. They just don't claim them.
But also, look,
I'm sure there's a number that's falsely on that list, but you have to take into account there's a large number of men, and I know it's hard for women to recognize because y'all only look at the really cool guys, but there's a large number of people out here who are still virgins, and you don't even know it because you never paid attention to them. You walk right past them and you act like they don't exist. And those people that they choose not to claim children, Wolfgang. Well, no, I'm talking about corny people that women genuinely are not attracted to. They're still virgins. They're virgins. There's a large community of people who are virgins who never had it.
This is why I don't say nothing to Evan, because one, he's full of shit. You notice when he came in here, the first thing he said was, y'all talking about men, I'm giving another perspective of it. Now we're talking about women. He's sitting his ass there mute. That's why I don't talk to him. He's full of shit.
No, but like when he first came in, y'all had to understand that what he said is it was five people in the box.
But listen,
five people were discussing one thing, so he had to give us the other side of it.
No,
he had to put that in.
We're talking about women now, and what are you talking about? He's full of shit. That's why I don't argue with him.
Hey Nelly, what's going on?
Jen, there's no argument to be had. I'm just giving
I'm sure it's not.
I just give an alternate view.
Talking about men that potentially can be virgins, but let's like I said, I'll play this game. Let's
not
put
potentially. They're virgins.
No, listen to what I'm saying though. Let's put the onus solely on these women. How many men are walking around out here with children and women never told them that they had them? Possibly. Because how would you know? Now, fathers have daughters that they leave neglected in women's houses, and their mamas might not be worth a shit either. Your dad is hurt. Your mama ain't worth a damn. You grow up, you have a baby, and don't even tell this man that he got a kid. That's a statistic that you don't ever see published. How many men out here have children and don't know that they have children because these children's mothers are operating from a hurt place? That's a real question that I never see discussed, never see answered, and it may never be.
But it can't be answered. You can't do a survey on women that don't want to tell. If they don't want to tell, they're not going to tell the survey either.
Okay, so my thing is, I agree with you on that. So my question for you on that, Professor, is in that particular situation, in that scenario, who's at fault? Who do you feel is at fault, the mother or the father?
Both.
If the woman doesn't tell the father that he has a child.
The mother's fault.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's small.
Now, I have to blame this woman because at some point a ball was dropped. You didn't recognize your trauma. You did not address your hurts. You are violating this
Hey,
man's
please,
volition
Cal.
because you don't give him the
We'll talk what's
opportunity
going on.
to participate and break this cycle. It's a perpetuation of a generational curse. And the saddest part about it is a lot of women that do this feel like they are saving their child injury, which I totally understand. It's like, you know what? If I don't even factor this man into your equation, he cannot hurt you. But they cannot help either. And they've not been given the opportunity to be there as a beacon of support because you, woman, are too afraid to communicate, to acknowledge your own injuries, to debride this wound. See, as a linguistic person, I think of a lot of things more literal than I wonder if a lot of people do. If you are wounded, that wound is deep. It's got depth to it. It's got width to it. And if you let it fester, it's going to swell and it's going to have bruises around it. So it's not just the wound itself. There's an area around it. Not only are you not dealing with this man to keep yourself safe, you also are not allowing your child to deal with this man because you've not dug out all the injury in your own wound. You don't realize that in trying to stop a cycle, you're starting one. Because you're not self-aware. You're not adequately communicating with yourself, and therefore you can't communicate with another person.
Okay. I feel that children need both parents, so I'm with you on that. So I do agree with that. But sometimes that's not always the reality of children that are raised. Sometimes you have children that have both sides, and sometimes you have children that have both sides. But guess what? When they separate, sometimes you have your mother, sometimes you have your father, but sometimes you don't have either of them because they're bickering with each other so much that you forgetting about me. Mama trying to hurt him. He trying to hurt mama. They retaliating. He knocked her windows out of her car, so she go over there and set his house on fire, and they doing all this. So, and the kid is sitting there like, will y'all just stop? What about me? The kid is watching it. They don't give a damn. Shit, half the kids in the back seat when you go over there and set the goddamn house on fire. You know what I'm saying? But you not worried about me. You worried about your feelings. You worried about a situation that you as an adult have put yourself in. And in that situation that you put yourself in, you have come up with me. And now that I'm here, you can't even think about me and the things that you putting me through because you're so upset with this person.
It all falls back to communication. You cannot interpersonal if you are not intrapersonal.
It is sometimes that one of the parents is absent. Because if that parent is toxic, you can have toxic parents just like you have toxic people in a relationship. If you're toxic in a relationship, you're going to be a toxic parent. And you do have some toxic parents.
You can be toxic with yourself. There's too many women out here pacifying hurts with nails and hair and cars and clothes and not recognizing that you need to sit with yourself. Because you're not dressing yourself.
Black Father 322.
What you say?
Black Father 322. Black Father 322. You said that how many times? You said it again. You out of here.
What money? Oh. It's all about money. Yeah. Okay.
And then sometimes, and like you say, sometimes it's the women again. Like you say, sometimes we have to accept who we have chosen. And who we have chosen to lay up with and to make a father of our children. And sometimes women will not allow a man to be a father if he don't have that money. If he don't have that bag, you're not seeing your kid. It's like, so now you're taking away from the child's emotional in his you causing him other problems except for financial. It's everything you can't put a dollar on. If that daddy want to come get his kid and he take his kids over to his house, and he may have to say, well, can you pack him some clothes? Because he may not have no clothes over there. I hear too many women say, oh, whatever. If he ain't got no clothes over there, then whatever, he just going to be looking at food while he over there. Why do you want that for your child to be looking at food anywhere he go?
That's too much is monetized. And we touched on that. Too much of this is monetized. If you want to come pick and go sit in the park and do absolutely nothing but sit in the park on a fitted sheet that you took off of your bed and look out kids swinging and chase him around with absolutely nothing, that is emotional deposits into an account that you cannot fill with money. You can't fill it with Jordans. You can't fill it with trips to the amusement park. That shit does not match. It don't.
That's it. Huge.
People want to monetize everything. Everything can't be bought with money, and emotional support is a real thing.
Right.
And that was my point when I was saying that the father not having the child, generally people look at it like, oh, you got your legs free, you can do what you want to do. Not everybody just want to run the streets. Some people literally want to be a part of their children's life. And if you have any idea what a legacy is about, I am more concerned about what my children turn into than myself. I've lived my life. I'm 48. This like I got a few years to go. Who cares what's going on with me? I am ultra concerned about what they do and how they are and how they feel and what they will become. That's where my life is. It's not about me no more.
Well, guys, tap the screen, share the live, show some love to the host and co-host, guys.
And this comes back to what I say, intrapersonal communications. How are you communicating with yourself? When you think about the term broken home, it does not break straight down the middle. It's jagged.
Yes.
Pieces are sticking out places. It's nails and it's fiberglass, all kinds of material sticking out from all kinds of places. Emotions are damaged.
Right.
Finances are damaged. Stability is damaged. All of that has to be quantified some kind of way if that child is still going to be raised to be a productive human being and feel loved and supported by both parties. And if those two parties are not communicating well within themselves and as a result with each other, that child is going to immediately suffer.
Right.
Add that maybe that's why we have so many broken, messed up relationships already. The generation before this one, there were so many broken families that they created a bunch of broken children that are getting together with broken people and starting a whole new generation of brokenness. That's why we're here. This is particularly why we are here having this conversation, because it's been a generation after generation of broken people making a broken situation worse.
Right, Bama Country Boy.
Tough, but
right. But
so anyway,
you know, and it's all about, you know, accountability, responsibility, being responsible for what it is you choose to bring into this world. And you have to understand that both sides play a role in it, regardless of how it went down. The mother is responsible and the father is responsible, no matter how it went down. I saw someone in a live and a guy said he was somebody, if he get ready to lay up with a woman and he tell her, well, you know, I don't have any protection, so I'm going in raw. And she tell him, okay, well, go ahead, that's fine. At that point, he says she's responsible for coming up pregnant because I told her. You cannot. So now we having verbal confirmations on whether we taking care. So we having verbal confirmations on whether we taking care of our children and our seed. You know, you don't have any protection. You know, you happen to probably be sleeping with so many people that now you happen to go in your wallet. You don't have anything, and she may not have anything. And the thing is, and y'all both choose to go through with it. You both are responsible.
Because Jen don't think I take the side of women. So let me go ahead and
hold on. Let me close my laptop up. Hold on. Let me close my laptop and turn the TV off. I got to hear this. Okay, go.
It is both of their faults, Gypsy. I got you.
Look, if a man has the audacity to use the words, "It's your fault, but I'm going in raw." First of all, he has absolutely no respect for his own life, because apparently he doesn't really know this woman all that well. Listen to what he's saying. He don't know her very well. And he's taken a deep dive into something that he has no idea what's in there. And going into a woman where you don't know what's in there, you don't know her well, and you're even forecasting that you're not going to try to pull out because you're just telling her that this is just completely your fault. That is that amounts to being the worst of us. Now, when I defend men, I want you to understand, I'm not defending that guy. When I defend men, I'm defending a man that's doing the best that he can. I don't think that every man is going to be like me, because not everybody have that kind of self-control. Not everybody was taught self-control. So I'm not talking that they have to be like me, but a lot of men that's just not aware. I don't want to blame them for everything. But when you have a man that's like that, or let's just call it what I like to call them, Pookies and Ray Rays. I'm not defending those guys. I'm not defending somebody who want to stand on the corner and sell poison to our own people. I'm not defending that. I never defend that. As a matter of fact, I'm dead set against it. I think those guys need to be all put in a corner, in a camp, not in jail, just in a camp, and just give them tapes of Evans, the confidence coach, over and over until they raise their damn self-esteem, because they are broken on the inside. They are broken. Yeah. It's not that they're bad people. I don't even say Pookie and Ravens are bad people. They are just broken, confused, don't know where to go, and that's who they became. Because just because you get another birthday, it doesn't mean you got any smarter. So we have a ton of 12-year-olds that are 22, 25, and 30 running around, but they have what's called arrested development, and they're still that 12-year-old. I don't defend those people. I will never defend those people. But when you hear me say something else, just know I try to be right down the middle. I try. But if I walk into a panel and everybody's talking about one thing, I go the opposite. I don't never just go with the group. That just doesn't make for a good, vigorous debate, and we don't learn nothing if we all agree with each other, right?
That's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm. Not learning anything. Miss Red, if you felt like it anyway, I came at you hard. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't think I did it, but if I did,
that wasn't the point, baby. I was listening to you. I listened to your part of the view. You wouldn't let me talk. I got upset because you wouldn't let me talk. You was over talking me when I was trying to say something. You wouldn't even let me get my point across. That's on the part.
That's generally not something I do. I usually just get quiet when someone's talking. So I don't think I heard you talking. So that's usually how I do. I get quiet when anyone talks, because I think everyone needs to get their point.
So I just feel like at some point that we all have to get on the same page and stop pointing fingers, and have to understand that it takes two to come up with any of this mess that's going on, whether it's from having the children, whether it's supporting the children. It takes two. You know what I'm saying? Where one is lacking, the other one can actually fill in from where that lack comes into play, and not have to throw it and hold it over the other person's head, as long as the person is trying. But we have the issue of those that are not trying, those that know that they have children out there, those who know that and they choose to go another way. You know, it all started from, like, I saw, these men saying how they wouldn't date women with children. It's so funny how so many of you men won't date women with children, but you'll make sure to go out there and shoot hoops and go to the club with the father who ain't taking care of his kid. You know what I'm saying? True. So you cool with him, because guess what? He a single father, but you're okay to kick it with a single father. Yeah. But you got a problem with the single mother that he left behind. So we have to do better on how we look at it. Somebody made a statement, and I honestly believe it's true. It appears that men don't like women. They just like sexing them up. Because when it comes down to it, a man will stand up for his homeboy probably 8 times out of 10 before he stand up for his girlfriend or for a female that he knows.
Again, you're speaking of Pookie and Ray Ray. That's not the average
Okay,
man.
well, Pookie and Ray Ray them would do that, huh?
Right, because those who
Who
are not
muted you,
Pookie and Ray Rays,
Lee Red? What are you talking about?
when you're on the basketball court with that guy that's just completely dead wrong, you actually pull him to the side and say, "Bruh, what you doing, man? It's not making sense." We actually say that to each other, but I have to say once again, women pay attention to the exciting guys. Boring guys like me, you're not listening to me, so you never hear me speak unless you're on TikTok. But a boring guy like me, you're not paying attention. You're looking for the guy with the gold teeth and dreads, and he got tattoos everywhere, and his shirt isn't buttoned up. You get what I'm saying? If you're only looking at the exciting guys, you're gonna think everybody's that exciting guy. Not everybody's future. There's a lot more Russell Wilsons than you know. It's just you only look at the futures.
Mm-hmm.
And
you look at the futures. You look at the futures, and then a lot of women do that. You look at what put it this way. Like I tell people all the time, eye candy does not always make for a successful relationship or a successful future. It may look good, but that don't mean it is good.
Right.
So, like he say, you don't look for the boring guy because he's not flashing his money. He's not in a car blinged out. He's not in this and he's not in that. An old man told me one day, a long time in the club, a guy told me, he said, like I told y'all, I like to talk to people all the time. I talk to old people all the time. We were talking, and he told me, he said, look around the club. He say, I bet you can't point out the guy that got the most money in his pocket. And he said, who you think got the most money in his pocket? I was like, I don't know. I mean, he says, I bet most of y'all women in here think that man over there got the most money because he blinged out. He got on new shoes. He got on nice clothes. He said, but I guarantee you he the brokest motherfucker in here. He said, because real men don't have to put on a mask, put on a facade to be who they are. They are who they are genuinely. I don't have to, make myself look good for you because I am good for you. You know what I'm saying? But y'all want the one that look good, the one that actually make you do a double take. But he gonna make you do a double take and then he'll have you crying later. And that is true. Women look for what looks good to them.
Women don't want a man that other women don't want either. So
women don't want what?
Most women don't want men that other women don't want. So if that man is not desired by other women, most of the time, that woman's not going to want that man. If that man is not popular, most women are not going to go for that guy. Most women want, and I say in my culture, want the guy that's popular. They don't want the guy that's low-key, trying to stay under the radar. You know, he may be extremely successful, but he's not a show-off. I met.
I say the same. They go both ways.
Yeah, I met several women who just want me to show off. Like, why you want to do that? I mean, why don't you get this kind of car? Why you drive this Ford? Why can't you? Once you got enough money, won't you drive this Benz? I don't understand why it's such a, why we have to show off. I don't get. That's not in my character. But because I just like to be me. I'm not trying to bling and floss and flex in front of people. To me, that's childish. But a lot of our women go for guys like that. I don't understand.
But that goes both ways. That goes both ways. A lot of men out here ain't choosing women unless they got BBLs. Why you think women steady getting
Not me. Definitely not.
You know what I'm saying? That's why so many women out here putting their lives on the line. Because they know that's what y'all want. So what they doing is they try, and it's funny how men want a real woman, but you only want the ones that's been created.
Right.
Not me.
You know what I'm saying? You want a real woman, but if she ain't made, if she hasn't been sculpted, if she hasn't been, directed in a certain path on how men like and how men behave and how men want women to behave, and she doesn't follow along with that, then you don't want her. Well, you know what I'm saying? So I feel that goes both ways.
I tell you, a lot of guys in my, I guess in my category,
But
that
oh, I'm
just want to
sorry.
be
Hold on a
career
second.
guys.
But that makes it no better. That makes it no better. Water Moon, sleeping with them or wifing them. If it's somebody that I'm not into, I'm not sleeping with you either.
Right.
Anybody that I choose to spend my time with you spending your time with a person for a purpose. Now, just because, see, that's the thing. Men can go out and they can mess around with different women. They can do this and do that all behind it with no purpose, no desire for the woman. But see, that doesn't make it right. Just because y'all have that ability and it's okay for y'all. See, y'all don't get called hoes and all that type of stuff. And then when you do get called hoes, guess what? Y'all dapping each other up for being hoes. It's good to be a hoe if you're a man. But when women do it, then it's a problem.
I agree that there's a double standard there, and I don't see that double standard changing either. That's always going to be there.
Right.
Because, when, like I said in the beginning, women don't want men that other women don't want. So in that essence, guys are actually praised by women when they get when they have a lot of women. If that guy never had an experience with women, didn't have other women that were wanting him, most of the time the better women or the good looking women not going to want him either. It's just, if a woman is interested, I hope I'm making sense here, because we all know this. We know that's the culture we live in. And I agree that that's a double standard, but I don't see that double standard changing.
They not, Neil. Right.
54% of black men do not have children.
But the funny thing about it is this double standard is not changing, but then women are tired of it. But then when women get tired of it, then y'all want to say they going around trying to behave like men. They going around trying to do this. No woman's trying to be a man, but what women are trying to do is protect their peace. What women is trying,
They masculine now.
Yeah, they masculine.
I said they masculine.
I'm not masculine. I'm just not for the bullshit. So why does that make me masculine? Because I'm protecting my peace. Because I'm not allowing anything you say to fly with me. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm masculine. And so I say, for the right man, women will submit. But then, like I was in a conversation with a guy say, okay, yeah, but there are women out there that will submit, but 9 times out of 10, when they're approaching and they're like you, men are going to give you a chance to submit because they don't want to deal with you. And guess what? And then I don't want to deal with you because that means you too weak that you can't take a good woman. You feel a good woman is just passive. You feel a good woman is just like, yes, okay. Oh, you want me to do that? No. A real woman is going to stand up for herself. And yet I can also stand up for myself and still have respect for you, but I also want that same respect given to me as a woman.
I just don't want to deal with the cantankerous of it. I don't deserve that. I'm a stand up guy. I believe in taking care of my home, taking care of my woman, being the leader. I'm inevitably gonna wear the pants. They're just it. But the woman that comes in my life that has a problem with that or gives me issues with that, I'm a homeowner. I got all my stuff lined up in order. My money's together. Now, the woman that comes in my life, I'm not going to have to fight with her. You know what I'm saying? She's going to compliment me with her femininity right off the bat. And when it doesn't happen that way, I'm done with it. I'm not finna teach nobody how to treat me. Either you're going to come to the table as a woman, as a lady, you're going to come feminine, or it's not going to be a relationship.
Derek,
I put it away. Yeah, I'm not going there.
I'm with you, Black Father. Let me try to paint the picture that Black Father is saying, and it actually makes sense. But maybe you'll understand it if I explain it a different way. I'm asked on a weekly basis, how do I get a man, Coach? And my response is, okay, women in America, for the most part, have been taught to be independent. I hate that word, but you know what I mean? Just more masculine than.
But we have been taught that from being left behind.
Whatever you want to use the excuse, whatever the excuse is, that's fine. I'll accept whatever excuse it is. You've been taught to be more masculine than the average man want to deal with. So what I always advised is you're going to be masculine to a certain degree because that's what it takes for you to be successful in business, in education, professionally. All those things take a masculine frame in
Right,
order to do
Cynthia.
so. But
Right, true to myself.
what I also teach the ladies is you simply have to be feminine for one person, the man that you want. See, the man that you want, my wife is ultra feminine with me, but she's a school teacher teaching 9th graders and 10th graders. She got to be masculine with them. For her to be successful in every other endeavor in her life, she has to show the masculine frame. But when she walks in my presence, she becomes the feminine woman that I need. Because if she remains that person when she walks here, well, then we will be bumping heads and we couldn't be together for 30 years. You get what I'm saying? So that's what
Right.
that's what women need to do in order to get a black father. He's not going to trip if you're masculine with everyone else and feminine with him. He'll be just fine with it. And how do I know that women are capable of doing this? Because you already do it. How do I know? When you get in front of that guy that does, or the person that does it for you the most, you become that little mushy girl again. That's just what happens. See, a lot of times you just have been through enough trauma where you say, I'm not just going to give it to anyone. And you just walk around with that toughness all day, that masculine all day. But the minute the guy or the person that does it for you 100% gets in your presence, you know what happened to that woman? Mush. And I see it every day. They act like they're tough until they get in front of that one particular guy that really does it for them. So all you have to do is just find the person that doesn't have to make you mush, but create the mush for someone that is worth it. And all of this works itself out. That's how you find.
But I can agree with you on that. But see, the thing about it is when a woman like you say, a lot of women, when they're with their mate, whether it's a man, woman, whoever they choose and whoever they choose, when you with that right one, you do turn to mush. But guess what? That's a natural reaction. A woman is not going to turn to mush for somebody that say, I got me a house, I got my bank account in order, I got this and I got that. Because guess what? She going to say, I don't give a fuck what you got.
Right.
See, and then now you're gonna say I'm masculine because I'm not submitting to because what you have displayed to me and what you have told me is that you running shit. But you're not running shit when it comes to me. You can run our situation, but you would never run me. Women fall in line. Women act accordingly to someone that's worthy of for them to act accordingly for. Like I say, when a woman comes to
Black father don't talk
right
like that
man
when
or
he's
she
talking
needs
to a
that right
woman.
person, she immediately turns the mush because she feels it. She feels their energy. She feels the way they are, the way they present themselves. You don't have to tell me what you have. You don't have to tell me nothing
Black
about
father
what you
is
got and
telling
what
you
you
that
have.
here. I think he's telling you that here. I don't think he really speaks like that when he's speaking to a woman. This is a panel, so
but
he's explaining
speaking to several women here, and he telling us, and what he said is he mentioned that, and he said what he's not going to deal with if it's not like that. So regardless of if he's trying to be with us or not,
you don't say that to women that are
truth.
potentials, do you?
No, let's ask this question. Okay, so what, in your opinion, what makes a man worthy of your femininity?
Him being who he is. You can be a masculine man and just present yourself, just walk in your truth. Walk in your truth, and she has no choice but to walk in hers.
Give us specific attributes that will
it's going to be different for every woman. It's going to be different.
Oh no, just tell me what yours is. Tell me what yours is.
It's not being a homeowner. It's not being a
tell me what
having
it is,
a set bank account. It's walking in your truth, being respectful to me, showing me the attention that I need. You know what I'm saying? Proving that you're a stand-up guy, proving that this and all that type of things. And the same thing you want from me or from that woman is she's gonna present it. You don't have to tell me how you want a woman, because one thing about a woman is women are women are women are women. Women know how to submit. Women are submissive. We were created to be submissive. And we know and we feel that submission when it's time to be submissive. But I'm not going to submit myself to somebody who can't carry my submission. I'm going to turn myself over to you and trust you to take care of me, and you can't take care of your damn self.
Right.
Mm. So
And what you have to
now,
offer
what I
is
hear a lot of
appealing.
black women say is that a man must be a provider. He must have himself together. All right. There ain't a woman. I don't even teach my
Yeah.
daughter to go after men that ain't got themselves together. I don't. A woman should look for a man that's got some substance about him, that's got some finances about him. A woman should look for that. I don't want my daughter out here looking for some broke dude that ain't got his life together, don't know how to lead himself, don't know how to control his finances or his household. I don't even want my daughter going towards a guy like that. So I don't think it's wrong for a woman to look for a man who's a leader. If you're able to maintain yourself and own a home, have your job for a number of years or career or business, that proves that you're an upstanding guy in society. That proves
That
that you
doesn't
know how
prove
to
how
stay
you
out of
are as a
trouble.
husband. There are several men
Okay,
who have businesses that handle business that can take a
okay,
whole, they can take a whole dang business and run it. He can create it from the ground up and do everything he has to do. He taking
okay,
care of his home.
Right.
He has a bank account, but he ain't shit to his wife.
okay.
Right.
We'll stick with the Pookie and Ray Rays then.
No, baby, Pookie and Ray Ray ain't creating a business. Now you want to
Right.
take it back to Pookie and Ray Ray. Pookie and Ray Ray in the hood. I'm talking about the ones that have created businesses. And the thing is, regardless of the fact, some men don't have respect for women because they expect women to respect them as men just because they're men.
Black Father, what I think,
Every man is a male,
That's
but every
true.
male is not a man.
Thank you.
Black Father, what I think she's explaining to you is, and it's actually pretty much the truth.
Yeah.
A lot of men have been leading men incorrectly in telling them that if you meet a certain criteria, the women will just fall down for you. And I'm just gonna take a wild guess. Were you a Kevin Samuels listener? Yes. No. Yes. Okay. I'll just assume the answer is yes, because I was as well. But what I have done was I
Sorry
was
about that. I had
able
my
to.
mic muted.
No
Yeah,
problem.
I listened to him, and
Okay.
I agree with
I
a lot
kind
of
of
his
figured
points.
that.
But
Let me show you something, and
Thank you.
I'm gonna do some self promotion here. I hope you don't mind, Derek. You might want to start listening to the coach. I have a show where I break down Kevin Samuels and all the places he was dead ass wrong. Okay,
Uh-oh.
he was an intelligent guy, but he didn't truly understand the nuances of what it takes to have a relationship because he never had a successful one.
Right.
Someone who fails at something cannot teach others how to have a successful one. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I do. Trust me, brother. You on the right path, but the only thing is he never truly explained that there is a give and take. He almost made the world look like man is king, man is here, move, hear me roar, get out of the way. Your life doesn't matter. It's only my life that matters. And that's not a reality if you want it to last beyond, when the bling bling disappears. Because at some point your money will no longer matter. Because when you get a wife and you have the house and car and all the
I
things you got,
see.
it's beautiful in the beginning. But when you've been married for like 10 years, my wife don't really care how much money I make. She don't give a damn. My wife don't care how great I do in my career. I got a big award and came home and told her, look what I got. And she said, great, take out the trash. See, in your own house with someone who is your lifetime partner, the accolades almost mean nothing because what we have together is greater than anything you do outside the door. So I really want to caution those who heard him speak.
Eyes,
Believe me,
pencils,
I'm like
friends.
you. His speech was better than only Obama probably does better. He knows how to put together a story. The only thing is his story had flaws in it. And I don't want people to think that the ideology that man just achieve and achieving is enough. As a matter of fact, I teach you have to even, how he say you don't have to look good as a man, you just got to have money. Bullshit again. You better work out, get out there, make yourself as sexy as you possibly can, because as time goes on, her eyes are still going to wander, regardless of how much money you got. These are facts. I'm
check
not
this,
making
man.
it up.
I'm not
Me and my
making
lady
up.
about to go out. Y'all have a good night.
All right, brother.
Nice talking to you
All right,
guys.
you have a good one.
Got a nice
I'm
show to
sorry.
see.
I'm sorry.
Have a
I'm
good
sorry.
one.
I
You
hope
too.
it didn't bother you. All right, I'm just being honest. I'm not gonna waste no more time because I'm gonna run everybody off your show. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
just
you're
trying
not
to.
gonna run them off because you fine. Yeah.
I'm trying to give him an accurate depiction of what he was listening to. I'm not downing Kevin Samuels. I love them to death, but the truth is the truth is the truth. That's it. He was flawed. He was flawed, and all these Kevin Samuelites that listened and didn't decipher the truth from the lies, the understanding from the not understanding, you're going to be lost. And he really believes that he's going to capture the perfect woman just because he achieved a certain thing. And that's nothing but a lie. You cannot just trap a woman and think she's going to be good for the long term. You're going to trap a gold digger. She's going to be there for a while. And when she realizes, okay, I could take half of this and go to a guy that I really like, she's going to do it. And that's the flaw of his plan. All right. Anyway.
Right. But see, and that in itself, guys, that takes me back to the double standards when it comes to that. They want this. I was listening to some people one day talking, and a guy, he sat there and said that a lot of us women, we have mentalities and we have these he says you guys are out here working, and say if you're working at a McDonald's, you can't get a 6-figure man. No 6-figure man wants you. If you're working at McDonald's and this and this and that, you have to understand that 6-figure men want more of their women. But in the same conversation, they turned around and said, women don't support our brothers. If he's working at McDonald's, give him a chance to build himself and to get in a better position. So why is it okay for him to be at McDonald's? But for her, it's a downgrade. She's nothing if she's at McDonald's. But if he's at McDonald's, we should give him a chance to improve himself. I'm lost with how y'all look at that and how y'all look at the difference between men and women and feel like one is better than the other or greater than the other when we're all trying to get to a better place. The support is going to come either way on both sides. But you can't always kick a woman when she's down. But then when a man is down, you expect us women to understand and to support and to help him push through. Hello, how you doing, Full Metal?
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
You had something to add?
Yeah. I think it's mostly because women don't feel like they should give the money power to the man because they feel as if the man would hold it over their head.
And a lot of them do.
And because of that, that's why you find that not happening in our community, because everyone else seems to have that locked down. Even if they date outside their race, they still end up marrying someone of their same ethnicity. Like mostly like Asian women, like they are the ones that mostly date outside their race, but are mostly race loyal. So, but they are fine with being at the home. But for our situation, it's as if that man has this thing over my head and I can't deal with that. That's why you want to make sure you have your own, because of all the stories, all the bad love, all the fear engaged with that mentality. And I think that's what's holding us back, because even if some of those stories are true, the fear causes more damage than the actual practice of what we're always talking about day in and day out. We should be this, we should do that, but we can't because it's this. And instead of practicing, we're still practicing what's already destroying us.
Okay. Now, I agree with that. Practicing what's already destroying us. But the thing is, they say that women should have their own. And that's true. But when women have their own, now you guys become very much insecure of the fact that she a lot of times making more than you. That tends to, why is that a problem for men? You want us to have our own. And then when we have our own, and now we walking around and you can't too much tell me how to run things that I got going on. And now you feel like I'm being masculine. No. You want me to get out there and work. You want me to get out there and do what it is that I went to school for. I went to school. I took these hours. I got these degrees. And now I'm out there and I'm living in my truth on what it is I wanted to do, what I saw my life to be. And then I met you. And now you can't accept that I'm walking with my head held high. I'm walking in my truth. And my truth does not mean I'm catering to someone. No, I'm not coming home cooking every day. But that's what men want. They say, oh, why you can't go back to a traditional woman? Because I'm working just like the traditional man used to do. The traditional man bust his ass. And now I'm working like a traditional man, but you want me to come home and be a traditional woman. Like, what make it make sense to me? And where do we draw the line on that?
Like, see, for maybe an intellectual like me, that of course doesn't make sense, even vice versa. So that's why they would want the woman to be at home and taking care of the house, because then there is no conflict of interest when it comes to your time being spent. Just like for a man to go out and work and then still have to come home, cook and clean and do all the things that he needs to do just if he was single himself.
Right,
because obviously you want to already get with someone that already does that. Like, you're not dating this person, you come home and you see that their house is a wreck and their dishes aren't done. Like, I could understand that if you were dating a man and his stuff is clean and you have dinner at his place and you do the dishes for him because he obviously shows the capacity to make sure the dishes are done, you're already just helping that person. But if you are finding a person, they're messy as hell, and then you're like, okay, I'll do this for him. You got it mixed up. So in that kind of instance, what we're saying here is I take it from this commercial when a young black man was dating a young black woman and his mom showed up and said, didn't I tell you to do dishes? I work hard. I go to work. I pay for all this. You make sure you got to do them dishes. But I tell you, right? If you look at that the other way, a grown man coming in there telling his daughter, hey, you better get home. I work hard every day. You better do them dishes. That's just the power dynamic. It's mostly all about power, and power corrupts.
Okay, so you're saying that we would have a problem with the father speaking to his daughter that way, almost like he's belittling her. But then when the mother speaks to her son like that, we find humor in it. Like, oh, I guess she told him you better go in there and clean that kitchen, right?
Yeah, but we're not accepting that in real life as a authority, the kingship, the authority, and the responsibility landing on the provider.
Okay. And that makes sense, Coach. Like I'm saying, and you can take turns with doing certain things, but then I honestly feel like best in a relationship, when you come into a relationship, when you actually first meet someone, it's best to come to the table and figure out what it is that each one of you do best. I like to wash dishes. I like to do yard work. Sometimes you may even have a woman that say, I like to do yard work because I like to plant. I like to get out there. I like to make sure the grass look good. I have a green thumb. I got this and I got that. Okay, some men probably wouldn't like that, but if that's what she likes, is that what she enjoys, then you may be like, okay, well, you know what? I'm a chef. I like to cook. So you may find yourself in the kitchen as a man, and she may find herself out in the yard as a woman. But if that was completes, if that will make your relationship whole and it brings it together, then so by all means, let that be the way it's ran. See, you can't come in and tell me that I want you to do this and this and this and this and that, and I do this and this and this and this and that. If what you're trying to tell me to do, I don't like doing it, and I'm not doing it. We need to sit down and we need to have some conversations on how we're going to run this relationship and how it's going to move forward.
Right. I agree.
Confusing roles with jobs as far as what, Moses? Right, you have to compromise on it all. She said a green thumb, not with women these days. Not with the women that you have met these days. See, and that's another thing. People have to, baby, hold yourself accountable for the women you choose.
Right.
Just because every woman you met don't have a green thumb, that don't mean there's no women out there with green thumbs. You can't put that on all women. man stuff, women stuff. Oh, so men don't. Okay, so what? So is that true, Evans? He said men don't compromise; they would leave.
Yep, pretty much. That's why you're
So
Men
there's
seeing
no
them make the
compromising in a
choices.
relationship.
That's why you're seeing the
men
men make the choices that they're making today.
men don't
And shit.
compromise.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
he said
make
men don't
decisions.
compromise; they leave.
What kind of men are you talking about?
Well,
Like,
I guess the available men, I guess that they're looking for, I guess.
Pookie.
okay, so you're speaking of men who don't want a lifelong relationship. You're talking about men that's just looking to find an end to their relationship. Is that the kind of man you're talking about?
I don't know. Yeah.
What
They could be
happened?
one and the same because, like you said,
They're
some
one and
men
the
that want
same.
to
No,
marry
they're two
can
different things.
still.
There's men
Uh,
that know that they're probably going to have an end to their relationship, divorce, and then there's men that understand the nature of a relationship is absolutely intertwined with compromise. They're completely two different men. You think they're the same?
yeah,
Mm-mm.
yeah, they can be the same. You can compromise with certain people and still be non-compromising.
How do you
Because,
compromise but be non-compromising?
well, in order to compromise, it's not like you're giving up what you wanted in the first place. You have to stand for what you wanted as well.
I like to say that in this 30-year relationship that I was in, do you think someone having a relationship for 30 years might know a little bit about what they're doing?
Oh
A
yeah,
little bit? Okay.
yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
In this 30-year relationship that I have been in, I have had many, many, many arguments and fights with this woman. I don't sugarcoat that she's kind of stuck in her ways like I'm stuck in my ways. And me being the confidence coach, I believe that I have been correct in literally 100% of the arguments that we have. 100%. But guess what, sir? Guess how many arguments I lose? About 50%. But I just told
I
you that I
believe it.
am right 100% of the times. That is the absolute definition of compromise. And in order for you to have a successful, lifelong relationship in which you have made, I'm speaking of myself, in which I have made a declaration that we are going to die apart, you have to compromise. There's no if, and, buts, or maybe. And again, that's if you're willing to spend the rest of your life with that person, because that person cannot feel like they are less than and think that they're going to stay. Just try to
So Woods
imagine.
owned. Are you married? Woods owned says simp. I guess that equals a compromise to
Wait a
me.
minute. Wait a minute. I know he not calling me a simp. The reason why I'm not a simp because I call people like you a simp. You're simple-minded. You're simple-minded if you truly believe another human being. You need to. Remember, Kevin Samuels always said this. Some men need to buy a dog and die alone too. You know that, right? Some of y'all need to buy a dog and die alone. Because my dog will listen to whatever the hell I tell him to do. But my wife ain't a dog.
Right. Yeah, of course.
You might need to get a dog your damn self.
Evans.
Yeah.
The person that said that lives with his grandmother. No job.
Oh wow.
So don't even entertain it.
Listen,
Okay, so
I'm
Moses said,
the guy that's always calling people simp. So when I hear somebody call me simp, I actually take offense to that because I'm like, you don't know what a
right,
simp
Ron, that
is.
dog did agree.
You just don't know.
It's like messing with my money, man.
I'm telling you, no, brother. But in all actuality,
I'm up
it
mute.
does
How are
take
you?
for you to be a man. And again, I teach confidence every week. Part of being a confident
Hi,
person
T-Rail.
is not insisting that you are always right. If you're insisting that you're always right, there's some confidence drain in you. There's some esteem building that needs to be done because someone who is with full confidence have no issues being wrong. Okay, you got me. A person with confidence have no issues with apologizing. I can have a disagreement with somebody in 2 minutes, along with my wife, disagreement, and 3 minutes later, sweetheart, I apologize. You know what she does? Because she's been with me for so long, she tried to beat me. Oh no, I apologize. We apologize to each other because we're not gonna let the other person make them less than. You get what I'm saying? You have an agreement with somebody that I'm gonna be with you for the rest of your life. We trying to beat each other, compromising with one another. Do you think it's gonna last forever? Damn sure will, brother. I cornered the market on this. I'm only teaching this because I know what I'm talking about. I just do. And
so Moses, you say respect from women to men.
The more you interact with him, the bigger his hissy fit get. Ignore him.
Okay.
He just did a throw a hissy fit.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's all he do is argue.
He sounds like I sound like the women. Okay, man. I hope you got 1,000. You got 3,000.
Evans.
Hey, why ask why
Evans,
not? How are you?
Ignore. I'm
Jen,
telling you.
I wipe the floor with. Wipe the floor with people like this.
That's what he wants. You gotta let it go.
Listen, every Saturday and Sunday morning. Every Saturday and Sunday morning, look for Confidence Coach. Me and you, brother. Me and you, brother.
That's all he want to do is argue. Let it go.
It won't be no argument. I'm gonna corner him in the corner, and I'm just gonna put him to sleep.
And right, so no need. He's probably single. He's single. He's upset. He's probably hurting for one.
His music career his music career didn't take off. I mean, he got a lot of issues. Don't entertain him. That's all he.
That's the one that lived with his grandma.
Yeah, live with his grandmama. Has no, that's him. No job, no nothing.
Oh,
just ignore him.
Hey, LaCherry,
I bet you he compromised with his grandma.
Yeah, she telling him to go to bed. He got to go to bed.
That
turn that light off. He got to turn that light off. She telling him to shut up. He got to shut up.
Whoa.
That's why he mad.
And that's so true, Amazon. Showing love and affection and respect and all that, that's not a simp. That's somebody who values his relationship and he wants it. And I like what Evan said once before. People fail to realize that being in a healthy relationship, loving someone, committing your life to someone, it's not a feeling. It's a choice. They have made the choice to be in this to the end. We in this to the end of this, and that's just what it is. The choice has been made. That any disagreement that they have, that sometimes it may take some compromising, because guess what? I'm not going to push you out the door, and I'm not going to let you push me out the door, because we're not going toward that door. There's not an option. So there's going to be times when the things that you want are not actually on the table, because you have to compromise with what that other person wants. It's going to go both ways. It's not going to always be that you're giving in to them. It's not going to always be that they're giving in to you. But the thing is, we have made a choice. I made a choice to be in this to the end of this with you. And at times, if I have to give in, turn my happiness in for a little bit. And now, turning your happiness in does not mean that you're completely giving up on yourself. If I have to make sure that you're happy one time out of another, then so be it. But what you guys are explaining and displaying is selfishness. All you worried about is you. Me. If I get this, I want her to be this. You got to submit to this. First off, submit to who? How am I submit to you when you live with your granny? So am I submitting to her too?
You submitting to her too.
So come on. How you even have the audacity to even speak those words when you can't submit to a steady income? You can't submit to having your own home, even without a woman. What are you submitting to? Are you submitting to your way of life? No, sir, you're not. So how dare you want a woman to come in and submit to you?
So it's far too often people believe that somebody who's a leader doesn't follow. Someone who's an alpha doesn't have an alpha over them. Everyone has someone that you submit to. So if you're in religion, you're a deacon, you have a pastor, right? And if you're at a job, you're a supervisor, you have an owner. It's like, it doesn't matter where you're at. There's someone you're going to submit to. So if your only goal is to have her submit to you, and you're submitting to someone, Why would you want it to be so unbalanced that you just have the person have no power? The person's feelings doesn't matter. The person's wants and needs and desires is unimportant. Think about it. You're submitting to someone. Do you want your grandma to treat you like just turn off the TV? Give me that damn phone back. You know that's not your phone. You want to take that phone back from me and take you off TikTok? No, you don't. So if you want to stay on TikTok, you need to act right, man. Compromise.
But my thing is, yeah, you can get another pastor, but as long as that pastor is a pastor of that church, yes, he does submit to that pastor. And the thing is, you taking the word submit and you making it something negative. It's not at that point. It's not and submitting is not negative. Submitting is knowing the role that you play at that particular point in time, and they do submit to their pastor.
I'm a Libra for those that are asking. And Boo Man, I can't remember his name. What was the name of the guy that lived with grandma? I don't even see him on here no more. What was the name of the guy that lived with grandma?
Jennifer, mute him. That's why.
Oh, that was Moses. Moses. That was
the
Granny.
guy with dreadlocks and everything. They always arguing.
Okay. Boo Man, yeah. it was Moses.
Yeah, it was Moses.
Yeah, Moses.
No, that's Moses that be doing all them. That Moses?
Yeah. Yeah.
He lived with grandma?
Yes.
Oh man. I used to like him. I didn't know that was him. I used to like his content. Moses, you're invited to come check out the coach.
Hey, Miss Harris.
Just so you know, everybody can get it. So.
How are you?
Whatever.
So
they tried it.
I could tell a story. There's a lady that worked at my job. And okay, so I work for an engineering firm, and she was like the secretary. But come to find out, she was the wife of a really famous baseball player that moved down there with her. And she was just working there for about like 4 hours a day, and she would go back home. And she carried too, because she got there early in the morning. So she wasn't no scary, but she was still feminine, nice, wonderful. She was great. She was honest with me and all that kind of stuff. She treated me well. And I found that very inspiring.
Huh? Okay. What else? what was you saying? Okay. What happened now?
He just wanted to give that person a shout out.
Oh, you would give
No,
him a
I
shout
just told you a story. I was like kind of like dissect. I mean, you guys can try and like dissect that type of story. Like this woman was the wife of a baseball player, right? Dude had money, obviously, right? Would be a secretary, come in early in the morning. She would do her job. Like you said, she would go to work and she would still go home. You know what I'm saying? Still was a wife, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? No problems. Like they've been together for right. Like you said, 30-something years, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but that's good. What do you mean? We never said women at work can't have successful relationships. I'm lost.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking. But maybe I'm slow. I don't know.
Okay, Evan, I got a question for you.
Most likely I'm slow. I mean, I just came through a hurricane.
I'm glad you're
No,
okay.
I'm not in Florida. No, I'm not in Florida. I'm in North Carolina.
Oh, it came over there?
Oh, yeah. It's gone now.
The wind.
Yeah, wind.
Yeah, right. She worked part-time. Her money was probably just spending cash. And she probably just got tired of being in the house. Maybe she didn't want to be at home all day. Maybe she got bored. So he told her, okay, well, if you want to, go get a job. You don't have to get a job, but go get a job. The fact that she's going out to do something to occupy her time, then yes, when she comes in the house, she's going to actually still make sure those dinners are cooked. She's going to make sure all that is done because the working is her choice. I'm saying the women that get out there and working is not a choice. I have to work. I have to work to make sure these bills are taken care of. I have to. There's a difference. And see, that's the type of woman that you can't compare her to a ordinary everyday woman that has no other way to get those bills made.
So this is what I got advice for the men that are what Evans had described earlier. is, and this is what I heard from my wife. She's like, appreciation is important to her in the way that she does, right? So make sure you look at how your woman appreciates you. You need to replicate that times two, but also still remember that dates are important, and it's very important to compliment and inspire your loved one and show them that they are the most important person in your life, and take as many opportunities as you can. Because remember, you took a choice to take a vow to that person forever through sickness and in health. So when there
Hey,
are
Blue.
times that things are where you are correct, you have to remember it's not about being correct. It's about showing love and showing your care for that person in their time of need, for what they need at that moment, not what they require.
And doesn't that go back to compromise?
Yeah.
It does, but that means you have to not compromise on giving up. Can't
What do you mean
compromise on
giving up?
giving up.
Compromise on giving up what? What are you giving up?
Like giving up trying, giving up the effort, giving up giving up that constant love, because you can't say, oh, well, because of this happening and because of that happening, I'm going to do something less than to show you that you've treated me less than, or you haven't taken what I said right, or we had these arguments when I didn't want to fight, or, oh, this because of these things, we're not going to go out this week, or, and make them feel like, okay, well, what's going on? Like, this is different. This is odd. So it's about consistency, right? Yeah. So that's what it's about. Don't compromise on consistency. Stop digging in the darn door.
Okay, Jennifer, you said you had a question for Evans. Oh, Jennifer must be maybe.
I don't even know whose power do you say
I'm
answer my
here. I'm
question.
here. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I
Mel,
I'm
wasn't
don't
here.
really
do me
sure how
while
to
I
answer
choose a
the
date like
question
that.
other than I agree. Compromise has in a relationship that you want. And again, anytime you hear me speaking, I'm not speaking of any relationship. I'm speaking of a relationship that's going to be for life. You compromise to no end. That's the answer. You compromise to no end. So if that's what you're saying, that's where I'm at. You compromise to no end. There is not a point where I'm going to consider not compromising at all. Now, please understand where my point of view also includes I am the man of the house. She is to submit to me. I have the last final decision on anything that's important. But in doing so, I consult her in everything. She's vitally important to every decision that I make. So, yeah, I'm the man of the house and she submits, but she does not feel less than because she's consulted in everything. That's how this dynamic works. When a woman or any person, just think for yourself, if you thought you were less than, how much do you value where you're at? Not much. So in the interest of making sure that everyone involved want to remain for the rest of their life, they have to be comfortable, brother. Go ahead, Jen. What's your question?
All right, so I know you know everything that happened with the Celtics head coach thing, right?
The who?
The Celtics head coach.
Yes.
Why do you think they keeping her quiet, but they outed him so easily?
Well, that's not a relationship thing. That's a racial thing for me.
Oh, you think she white?
Oh, we know she is. We know she is. They would have outed her the same time they outed him.
Mm-hmm. It was.
And she's not only YT, but she's probably the wife of a high-level person in that organization, and they don't want the embarrassment. It'll come out.
Hey,
You'll
D.
find out.
Davis.
They haven't put it out yet, but you'll eventually find out about it. They just letting all the smoke gonna die down, and when somebody disgruntled in that organization gets fired, they're gonna put the information out to embarrass people. But by then the coach would already have paid the cost and all that stuff. So yeah, that's what I believe. Can I be wrong? Hell no, I ain't never wrong, am I?
There you go. There you go.
There you go.
Hey, I just got invited. Someone told me that Moses is live, and for me to come over there because they want me to box
They
his ass.
said unblock Moses and
I
let
think
him join the live or come to
They just
his
want him
live.
to come in there and argue. I'm not finna go over there and argue with no grown ass man. While he's sitting there
I,
yelling at the phone like a little bitch.
I think the Celtics coach thing is
Thank
just
you.
like
Don't
the
remember that.
Joe Lewis when that heavyweight boxer, the first black heavyweight
After
boxer, was
swinging
beating all those white
tires.
men and taking all the white women. They were like, all right, we'll hook you up with this one then. We
Right?
ain't about
Yeah.
to be doing it. Just like how that Jewish dude said, I'm tired of seeing all these my gay.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
He was tired of it, bro. He was tired of it. He knows what's going on. Just like them girl trip that we were trying to
Exactly.
figure out. He was like, what's going on? See?
Yeah, we got to be
So
mindful of a lot of things that go on in media. None of this is a mistake. They're always people are always protecting their own interests. That's just what it is. So that had
very
very
true.
little to do
Especially
with
Oh,
relationships.
okay. No problem, Professor. Right.
Little to do with relationships. Anyway, all right. Well, I have because I compromised. I have to get off the line because my wife is ready to go to dinner. So I'm gonna get going. I guess
All
Moses
right.
will call me a simp for going to dinner with my wife, but hey,
Are you
the
paying?
spy that's in here.
of
Well,
course.
we got this.
No, I'm
All
Of
I'm
just
course.
saying
saying,
he's certainly gonna call you a simp. He's certainly gonna call you a simp.
You definitely gonna be called a
He
simp.
pulled you off live and making you pay for
No,
dinner. Oh,
yeah.
you a simp.
No,
I
it's like
think
this. Everybody
I
in my
think by now
influence,
everybody
they
has
good.
heard me go toe to toe with somebody, and other than a dude named Be Real, I have never lost a tussle. Never. And the only
Okay.
reason why Be Real won is because he wouldn't even let me talk. He just screamed the whole time. So he's not boxing me in. He couldn't. His
Right.
intellect ain't there. It's just not there.
No, I'm just
That's just
kidding.
my
You enjoy
opinion.
your dinner. You tell your wife I
You
said
know,
enjoy dinner. Tell her thank you for sharing her time of you with us. We appreciate it.
you know. All right. You guys have a good night. Take
All
care.
right, you have a good one.
All right, have a
You
good
got
one.
it. All right.
All right, see you, man. Peace out.
All
Good
right.
What you
night.
say? A steak and potato eating simp.
Yeah.
Damn. God,
That's a good simp
dog.
right there, though. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
one.
Steak and potato.
Jeez.
Right, steak and
Goodness
potato
sake.
eating simp. So
Boy,
yeah,
boy, get a medium rare, bro.
right. So guys, I know we've been on here for a while. I definitely appreciate you guys coming in. I'm about to jump off so I can go get some cooking done. I don't have a husband, but I definitely got to cook. But go in here and cook up something really quick. I'll probably
What you
jump back on
cooking,
later
Lee?
on, or I may I'm about to put a roast in the pressure cooker and some potatoes, and I think I'm gonna do some cabbage.
Okay, so I'm invited to dinner.
Right.
Of course, you're invited. Yes.
Okay.
You all are
Sounds
invited.
good.
First come, first serve. Once it's gone, y'all. So y'all better get here quick.
Oh snap! I'm about to be whatever something over there eating.
All right, guys. Guys that have followed me, I'm definitely going to follow you guys back. Guys, if you will, please take a look up top. You can actually go ahead and subscribe. Press the star and subscribe to my live. We will have personal lives, more private lives. We will have drawings and raffles going out to those that have subscribed for me. Go ahead. It's $5.99 a month. I appreciate you guys for showing love. But we're going to have a good topic. We're going to bring that back either later tonight or maybe tomorrow. I don't know what they have for me. I may be on someone else's live tonight. But for those that have followed me, I'm definitely going to follow you back. And we're going to make this a thing. Don't forget the cornbread. I won't. You know what, Coach? You sure right. I won't.
Yeah, don't forget the cornbread.
All right.
That
Thank you
part.
for coming in, Diamond. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you sharing that time with me. Guys, don't forget to follow your girl and subscribe to her, guys. But I'll be back later on, and hopefully you guys will jump on with me. Let's go see what Moses is talking about really quick before I start cooking.
All right. All right.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
Thank you so much, Professor.